there.
We're live.
And right on time as that motor comes in. So, good evening, everyone. Happy Easter, and welcome to the 56th session of Into the Wildlands. I am your host today, DM Miser Mark, and unfortunately, one of our players will not be making it today. Salad will hopefully be available next session, and speedy recovery to him. Otherwise, the show must go on, and again, best wishes to him. Got our players, and last we left off our vagabond party of misfits. They not only have returned to the port city of Manzato, spoke with and got reacquainted with Lord Ominence, who his true identity has already been well established as the Inferno. They met they fought in the arena after overcoming the 3 trials. They decided to they were granted a private conversation audience with Lady Monroe, who happens to be Lord Ominence's wife, and through her connections as well as the dwarf Bermadir, they were briefly acquainted with a new ally named Kermit, the Grung barbarian. Some conversation later, they met some other people, gathered some information. Syndra talked with Lady Monroe on particular topics that, begun to become more revelating. And the others did some more lore and information hunting. They even spoke with Bermadir on further details, which, as the group retire for the first day of their rest, especially because they plan to go back to the Emerald Star Outpost in the Savage Jungle and for Tyrion to have his duel, Oberina had mentioned a particular thought process out loud of a possibility that maybe Syndra is the paradox to Ed Matthias Dominguez, their nemesis of this particular land. Now the floor is to the party as Kermit, who has been hopping on all the various tables, has caught the attention of one of the guards of the guild hall. A very large, bestial looking man who very easily stomps right through and with very little effort grabs Kermit by the legs as he is about to go for another mid hop and says it in very brutish common. Alright, I know full well that Bermadir has you hired in contract, but you hopping around like that is going to be distracting. And he looks at the rest of you. I'll be taking leave with this one. You may continue with your business.
Sure.
As he's it's kind of undignified as Kermit is literally being held by his feet by this very large bestial creature, or beast man. Definitely doesn't look like a tabaxi. Looks more animal, but definitely possessed a funny eye patch. And he then looks over to his companion that's sitting by the door. I'll be back within the hour or 2. Just watch the doors. And he starts. You can clearly hear the heavy footsteps as he proceeds downward and leaves the scene. Which now we go back to Olberina's commentary. And what was Syndra's response?
I believe Arena
Agnes said that, and Sin just does this turn to her and just has that look like, I wasn't going to bring that up, and I'm not happy you did.
Though, if we're going to continue on this supposed point, I do have one question for you, Mr. Captain Gallows. Why did you come to the Wildlands prior to your ship getting blown to smithereens?
Because it was a slow month and 1,500 gold up front was a pretty damn good price. Well, half. Plus, what had it that a lot of ships were coming out here that were loaded with things, so figured it was a win-win situation. Until it fucked us over because he was the one I was bringing here.
Either way. I kind of want to roll an insight on that because I don't know if there was more other intent behind it that she's not telling me.
Yeah, it's purely between player to player.
17.
She fully came to the Wildlands because she got paid to bring a wizard here.
Okay. I didn't.
And she intended to prey on the ships that were coming in. I mean, that was entirely how she ended up here.
I don't know if there was like any. I guess. Just with the information she just had acquired, that it was just weird to her.
Alright, yeah, did he give you copper instead of gold too?
Well, basically, somehow fucked the money, so I have 700 copper sitting in a bag. That I might use to beat him to death with. Decided yet?
Well, either way, might as well take a break. Wait up. I can't fucking speak right now. My brain is in shambles.
No worries,
Take a
it's
load
Easter.
off, get some alcohol, and perhaps just relax for a little bit.
As to your previous question, being it that everybody here is probably wanting to figure it out or doesn't care. As she kind of looks around to see if anyone actually does.
The place looks empty. The only real thing that's been noticeable is the wandering kegger golems that are
Yes,
just.
the keggers.
They're just.
I meant of the party.
Oh. Of the party?
I mean, Oberyn is generally interested, just to get an understanding of everything.
Binge is just kind of looking left, looking right. Okeanos is just being vigilant.
And then staring at a plate of food as walking by.
The kegger gives you the food. It walks on by. Another one will eventually come by with a mixture, one of those waiting glasses of drinks ranging from alcohol to simple lemonade to simple water.
Before I go any farther then, since it's your thing, do you remember that last message in Mavis's little book?
Let me look. I'm gonna actually have to pull it up. Where is the dusty book? I always go past it and then go back again.
Right under Adaria's dress.
Yeah, no, I know. But I always scroll past it because my brain thinks it's further down, or closer to. You're referring to the one that's written in blood, or the one with the actual numbers on it?
The one written from N.
What about it?
wasn't written to any of you.
Oh no. Also, since I kind of thought about this, Miser, the version 1225, does that stick out to me at all? I know I forgot. That was something I wanted to ask.
Wait, let me look at that one. The 1225, yes, that one.
The one that was the poem, or that Syndra and Mavis had both had, or whichever one the poem was. I'm trying to remember.
Well, the one in blood was the one that was registered with Mavis and Syndra.
Okay, then yeah, that's what I was thinking of when you had brought it up.
The 43.
Yeah.
The one right before the paradoxes.
Let me just do something here, because... for that one, you can roll... Actually, wait. Did I already have you roll me history a while back? Let me just do a quick look back.
I don't think so.
Alright, just roll me history then. Just a flat history. Also, Tyrannin, you do feel a bit of an itch on your forehead.
Oh my god. Let's go! Whoa! I love being a bard sometimes.
Yes, actually. Obrina, you had heard something like this before. And it for sure as hell is not a nursery rhyme.
God, I didn't think so.
Let me just write this down. But what you do know of it is a funeral rites memorial mourning sort of prayer.
Wait! Going back, why the fuck did Akra and fucking Syndra's mom tell them to that? Never mind, I'm not even gonna finish that line of thought.
It is for mourning.
Okay. So it's a prayer of mourning then?
Yes.
Okay. Would I know, like, any specifics of, like, what group would use this specific prayer?
With your high roll on history,
Oh my god. Everything's coming up, Mariner, tonight.
yeah. Anyway, you would definitely know that these were sort of mourning. These were sorrowful songs of mourning for widows and widowers, those who have lost a significant other or have been forced into a path of solitude.
Yeah, the more I hear this, the more I feel bad that Mavis and Syndra were just told that as, like, cautionary, as, like, normal.
You also would definitely know that this was depending on the singer too, it was either a sign of mourning or a sign of vengeance, depending. Because,
okay, that makes more sense now.
Because it is also, it belongs to a particular religion, which unfortunately your history will not cover that.
I figured as much, but... Alright, so this is either a vengeance or a widowers, and... okay. Alright. I think it's time to get a glass of something and just relax for a little bit. Hopefully they don't mind. So just start kind of walking around. Look for someplace to sit. I guess right here is fine.
With that itch, Tyrannin just thinks to himself, so, what do you know? I don't know if I talk to you or if I just think really hard.
Who are you referring to?
To his forehead.
Oh, to his own forehead. It just itches like almost equivalent to when your scales were pulled out when you were younger. It's just that after effect when you're healing from those scales being pulled out.
Oh, well, Tiernan is gorging himself on whatever fancy feast that he was given.
It wasn't too fancy. It was just simple meat on kebabs, which
Fancy feast is cat food.
which immediately Binge recognizes as, oh, those are lizard kebabs, as he sits down next to you.
Ah.
Oh, just place him here.
Just itches his forehead and keeps eating. Like,
Yeah, they're usually made of the thickest pieces of the lizard cuts and then broiled.
so you like cook often, I guess.
Yeah. Since I live in the south in Palathenas, near the southern border, close to the Zenobian kingdom, there's a lot of wild beasts and all that, and I live near. Well, I live in a minor town.
Most of the things I ate were either already cooked or raw. He kind of smiles and electricity arcs through the metal teeth.
Ah. Understood, my lord. And he just weighs down one of the kegger golems and gets himself some lizard kebabs. Also,
I guess I'll
continue.
I'll just wave down one of the keggers, like, just bring me a glass of wine while waiting.
He passes you a nice, fancy red wine.
Sorry, go ahead.
And he was doing else something, because I think I just saw alright, I'll head up to the bar.
Yep. Heading
Excellent.
up to the bar, getting a drink.
Alright.
I think I'm actually gonna head to Burnos.
Head where now?
Back to
Oh.
eat ominous's.
Okay, we'll get to that in a second. So, Arzel, as you head to the bar, Smee gives you an update. No one harassed your guest, Fia, and she's just been quietly snacking on simple foods, which it seems like she still has a high paranoia as she samples it very lightly and also watches all those who are serving her drinks very carefully, even going as far as just order the bottle and serve herself the bottle. But otherwise, no one has harassed her or the group, and Syndra, Skeleton, Skelly Boys in their armor and all are standing on duty, which the tenders don't really seem to bat an eyelash to them. They just gave a quick look and continue on. To which Miss Raven O'Donnell, the head bartender, I guess one could call the bar mistress as that one, looks over to you and just adds, "Alright, so what do you be looking for then? We have various drinks. Some of the really heavier ones are dealt with my husband here. Which I'll do.
Perhaps to have some rum.
Rum, that would be..." She kind of looks somewhat disheveled herself. We got blood rum shot. 5 silver a shot.
Alright, I'll take 2.
Great. And she kind of looks over to her husband, Maxim.
Give him a good smack.
slides you 2 shots. Continues working and cleaning, polishing the glasses. Fia still looking at them both very distressfully, but Raven and Maxim just don't seem to be bothered by it. They're just doing their jobs. Hannah, as she was sitting right next to her, she's a happy dwarf now because, well, the only way you can find a happy dwarf is one that's not sober, and she's definitely not sober at this moment.
Oh no. We'll definitely have to carry her back to back to one of the rooms if you can sleep it off.
I don't need anyone to escort me, Zell.
Okay. If you think you can walk a straight line and make your way to the bedroom, be my guest. But I'm going to say, depending on how drunk you are.
I can handle it. As she stands straight up. And you kind of see her sliding a little bit, almost like she's about ready to do a dance, but then she goes right back onto her seat. Give me a moment to get these land legs that Captain always complains about.
That too. Just be careful, please.
She nods. Boris, playing just as best as he can a slight tune, despite the fact that he has been loss of an arm and he has a prosthetic, which he's still trying to get used to.
Ari just like takes the one shot, downs it, and then just like kind of loses herself into the tune.
Alright, that will just be a quick con save, because this is a mixed cocktail.
Okay, cool. Hang on, there we go.
Not a high. It's not a high one.
Let's see what I got.
You
Not
passed.
terrible, not terrible.
Yep. It's a bit more fruitier than you're used to, but you have to question yourselves like, did he skip on the rum? But yep.
That was a good drink. I need to get myself 2 more. Shit.
You just see Maxim just continuously. He's also listening, but the man diligently polishes and cleans the glasses. And we'll shift the scene a little bit to where Mavis, Syndra, Organos, Tyranid, and Oberina are still at the, still more or less the entrance. Anything you guys are doing while digesting the information and possible revelations that you guys have went through?
I mean, there's not like a whole lot of, as much as I'd like to say, oh, I'd like to go through everything. There's not too much I could really do with it right now, especially since I'm kind of out of the loop of a lot of things that most of this party has went through.
Yes. That you are.
So I'll just take what I've given, which is a bunch, and just kind of roll with it for the time being.
Yeah, I mean, Tyrion really isn't doing anything else besides, like, just, eating and people watching and...
All the non-people in here, only watching cares.
Yeah, it's not really that many people at this moment, which is peculiar, but there's also the fact that you've all been told that a lot of the stocks and supplies had arrived in, so a lot of people made a mad dash for them.
Yeah.
And I'm just gonna roll this for binge. It was not at advantage, but binge as he's eating looks over to you, Tyrion. So does Lord Omnins have a massive library?
Yes. Yes, he does.
Hmm.
He is a lord that is focused around books and watching the events of the world.
Do you think he has books on food?
I'm sure he has many.
He does.
Permission, Lord Turnin, to go examine this book? I might be able to make good dishes.
Yeah, you can just go with Syndra and mind your manners.
Sir. He kind of gets up, gives you a salute. He also places 20 gold there for the payment of the food. And
Syndra thinks to himself, never paid him.
that's the gold he's carrying with him. He walks to catch up to you, Syndra, and he basically takes a position. Mavis, what are you doing as everyone's pretty much cooling off for the night and hearing all these things? Oh, I think she's muted.
She's eating cake right now, so give her a second to finish chewing.
No. That's perfectly fine. Perfectly fine. No rush. No rush. Alright, we'll get back to that in a second. Alright, so Syndra, you are heading to Lord Ominence. Are you going to engage in conversation or just immediately ask him to go for the books?
He rolls something.
I better be ready for it.
And thus Syndra burnt down the whole town.
I see you.
That was a 20, by the way.
I see you rolled a 20 on your wisdom.
She'll do idle shit chat stuff, but if Binge does, but it's not really anything.
No, Binge, if anything, minding his manners, he's just going to, as politely, request to see the book about food. Which, the only thing that seems to even intrigue Ominence is if Binge, because since he is from another world, if he knows the cuisine's there. And again, besides the idle chatter, Binge just simply admits that as a someone of common background that he had to learn how to cook food, whatever is available. Which, roll me a D100, Syndra, since you're going to be there.
Too many windows open.
I know. I'm sorry, buddy. Right, so you do hear very strange ingredients that normal humans should not be eating, such as a dried up ooze that could be turned into a pasta, hellhounds, griffins, somehow lots of wolf related ingredients, and snakes. Lots and lots of snakes. And after a little bit of passionate conversation details about the types of food and dishes in Binge's world, Ominence simply permits him to read, or at least points out the exact book that he should read, which is this one. And you take a better look at it, there is a, where is it? Longer detailed list of what's in that book. Here we go. What probably makes it even more surprising is that Binge seems to recognize a lot of the dishes. you say anything in this whole discussion about food? What was your thoughts of it?
He's busy looking at her other books. If they're there.
Alright, yep. You see the various other spell books, and you do see one that really catches your eye, despite the fact that it's dusty and all. It has multiple creases to it on the spine, as if it has been studied thoroughly. And within it, you see that the dusty old spell book, and I had you rolled ahead of time. You see there was a cipher message in it at the very bottom. And with that, we now shift back.
She'll copy down that message in her book.
Excellent. And that you can share with the others in the group chat or whatnot. But now we move the scene back to Mavis as Syndra and Binge have left the guild hall because books and possibly getting new dishes to learn. Tyrion is snacking away. Oberina is being pampered. What do you do?
I'm gonna say that. Let me look. She's not doing anything crazy.
Nope. So far, you saw that Arizel also went to the bar. The place looks oddly empty, but again, you've heard everyone or a lot of the shopkeepers saying that everyone is down at the docks to get supplies, and there should be more supplies coming in, so people are probably camping out to get first shot of all the supplies out there.
Mavis will probably be just hanging out with Tiernan, just kind of looking back through her book, and just rereading some stuff.
Do you write anything in there?
No.
Darn it.
Tyrion will look at you and point at the new symbol on his forehead. Is this thing like glowing or anything weird?
From your perspective, Mavis, it is glowing a little bit.
A little bit. What?
After we were having that conversation about all those things in your book, it kept itching, so I think it knows something or is trying to make me think about something, but it chose the wrong host.
Is the actual book itself glowing, or just the page, or just the blue words, the blue part?
The blue words that were sent out as I rolled a D100. To your surprise, Mavis, as you're the only one who's seeing this right now, they are slowly fading away.
But none of the other entries are fading?
No, none of the other entries are fading. Just that one particular very questionable blue arcane writing.
Does the book stop glowing when that happens?
Roll me a D100. Yes, it does.
82.
It does. And
You said it stopped?
yep, as it stops glowing, so does Tyrannon's forehead brand, which Tyrannon, you don't feel the itch anymore.
Oh.
Is this still there, though?
It's still there.
Hmm.
It's this nice big symbol on his forehead. Let me just where did I put the symbols?
You lost your memory, right?
Yes. I'm slowly getting it back, I think.
I mean, really give this thing a look. Does it jug anything deep down in there?
That's what you see.
It came from what I drew in your book.
I feel like we rolled for this before, and I can't remember if I did or not.
I can say for certain you did not because you were knocked out when you failed your wisdom and con save.
Okay.
So you can roll me a history. Yeah. Yes, you can roll me a con save. I mean, no. I'm sorry. Roll me, yes, history.
15.
There is a vague familiarness to that.
It's sort of kind of familiar.
Alright. It is from, like, where you lived or something. Some sort of faction.
Did she... We said she traveled around the one. Okay, so,
Yes.
I don't quite remember where I was born or where I truly lived. I've traveled a lot.
Oh, okay. I'm guessing you're at least from Faerun, right?
That you are.
Sorry, ask me that again.
I'm guessing you're from Faerun, right?
That is the one of the main lands in the world of Toril, which, yes, you are from the continent of Faerun, more toward Sword Coast.
And is that where I just first remember being?
You
So far that I remember.
You can roll me a history again for this one. This one will be at advantage.
Because I don't remember if we quite said where that house was.
We did
Wow,
not.
okay.
Double 13s. As far as you do remember, you were more inland. But you do remember, at least when you traveled with Akra, that you went more toward the west, which eventually got you to the Sword Coast and close to or more interactions with the ocean.
So far my memories are mostly the opposite.
Oh, well, as long as you weren't in the Southwest, we should have probably never dealt with each other. That's where I'm from.
Is the branding mark anywhere in or on the book? Like
No.
even on the binding itself? Okay. Well, for funsies, I'm gonna, like, in the corner of the page, just draw the branding mark.
Ooh. Okay. I'm not gonna roll that. You will roll it for me. Roll me a D100, please, Mavis.
Nat 1. Oh.
Wow.
Oh, like a one coming the opposite way?
You went the very other way.
The book explodes.
Don't tempt me. There is a result that will have the book explode.
Wait, are you actually? No, I can believe that with how fucked this book is.
I'm not kidding you. That's all I'm gonna say. All right. So you write the symbol in there. Huh. Well, that was already taken out, though. We'll go with this then. As you draw on the little corner of the page, the branding symbol, I want you to roll me a Constitution saving throw, Mavis.
And this is where I die.
Nope.
15.
You just feel a bit of an itch, like scratching on your hand.
God. Oh. My hand.
Yes, like
The
someone.
one I'm writing with?
Yes, like someone decided to pinch you. No blood was drawn, but you do feel the sensation.
I look closely at my hand. Is anything happening?
It's starting to turn a little red, as if someone really did pinch you there.
Is Tyrannon's brand glowing or itching or
No,
anything?
no reaction from Tyrannon's brand on his forehead.
I see her try it.
Oh yeah, you see her the hand that she was writing with suddenly get this nice little red welt right between the pointer finger and the thumb.
Well, if you want to push it, and he kind of takes his thumb and pokes one of his sharper teeth, and a little blood bubble comes up. He kind of gestures his hand. You're gonna need a little of this, but you might end up like me, and I don't know, might be a bad idea.
I feel like I shouldn't do anything stupid.
Why the hell are you talking to me then?
Well, that's what I'm saying. I feel like we both need like parental guidance right now.
Do I see all this going on? I'd like to point out, my passive like a 19 now. So do I just notice all this shit going on?
I'm gonna
Well,
ask.
you had snacks.
It is
Okay.
snacks.
Go on. Sorry, Miser.
Right, I was going to say, Oberina, you are currently drinking and eating. Are you really paying attention to them?
No, the way I kind of pictured it was like she took in like just an asshole kind of fashion. She has a glass of wine. She's not really eating, but she's kind of has her chair turned and just kind of watching what the two idiots are doing, just in case something happens.
I mean,
Because like the moment Cinder left, she kind of went into the, I know these people. I don't necessarily trust them entirely because I haven't been with them enough. So I'm just gonna keep my eye on them. So I'll kind of leave that up to you, I guess.
you can roll me a perception now, since you're saying that and you have a high enough passive.
God bless expertise.
Okay.
God bless it.
You saw Mavis writing something into the book, but then she stopped as if something happened. And then you see Tyrion poking his teeth with his claws. And you see the other strange blue kobold take his seat.
I can't hear anything that's going on, right? Or can I? Or is it like hush hush? I kind of guess that depends on how.
That will depend on them, but you probably could hear them with.
Why is Tyrannon known to be quiet when he's not trying to murder something?
That's true, actually.
Again.
So I just hear him like, you'll need a bunch of this, and fucking puts it. God damn it.
Yeah.
God bless this party. I guess I'll take my wine glass and slowly move over to the table.
Tyrannon sees you coming and just like puts his thumb like farther away from you.
Like, you know, I don't drink blood, right?
Not really. I didn't pay much attention in learning.
To put it simply, do you ever get angry all the time? And you
Constantly.
I feed on that.
Oh,
Quite
well,
literally.
you're gonna be fat.
Yeah, I tried not too much anymore because it's a long story, and I'm pretty sure you're not a fan of long stories, or stories in general, actually.
I listen.
Do you really?
Yeah. Especially because I have food.
You listen, especially when it's your mom talking.
There's a difference.
Yeah. I don't think his mom's trying to tell him stories. He's trying to tell him to fucking listen. So, what exactly then are you doing with your thumb?
Oh, we were trying to figure out where this, and he gestures to his forehead, came from. I drew in her book with my blood, and this showed up seconds later. So I correlated it to that. So I was asking her if she knew anything about it, and she didn't. And then she drew something in the book with like ink.
I wouldn't
But
know. But
I think since I drew it with my blood, it's a bit different because
Didn't you also draw something that wasn't very nice?
Yes, I did. You both were unconscious. It was night at the book.
Well,
Also,
she
I
slides
told you
over.
to keep arrows and you were asleep, and I was angry about that too.
She slides over the book. Well, then you draw the brand.
I
Oh,
don't want another one.
Well, that's why you should do it, because I don't want one.
you know,
You already have one.
I'm going to be honest. Why are we putting brands on people that we don't even know what they do? I say as I literally
Oh,
have
I
to think.
could remember things that I'm not supposed to.
Wait.
Is there like
Wait,
any sort of alcohol on the table?
Plenty.
Pretty shit here.
Plenty of alcohol and food.
Would I know the symbol at all from anything in chronergy studies?
You may roll me Arcana.
Nerd, tell me what my forehead does.
Shut up. Oh my god. I'm on a hot streak tonight for no reason.
The only thing you know is that it's supposed to represent Prime, but that's all you understand.
Prime as in...
That's it. That's all I'm giving you.
Okay. Well, the only thing I've got is it means something prime. You'd probably have to ask Syndra more, all things considered, because magics isn't necessarily my area of expertise, but from general, a few books here and there, that's the only thing I've gathered.
Like
So I
prime, like as in math. Like I can't
No.
be divided. Is this thing making fun of me because I haven't had children yet?
You know, I think having a normal conversation with you from time to time is very entertaining, and I will leave it at that. But, no, I think it means prime as in not so much the numbers, but probably the first, or more so the official. But again, we would probably have to wait for Syndra. She may be able to shed more light on it, more so than myself.
I don't think it's the first. I'm at least the second of my kind. Probably not even that.
I don't think it's specifically you, but might be like a, how do we say, maybe a temporal guideline that allows you to see through different things, like a,
Oh, like
Like
it's
the
my
prime.
first time in this loop.
or perhaps the prime being itself, i.e. the most important one, i.e. So,
Well, I knew
Like this-
that.
no, I feel like stroking your ego is the worst way to go about this. Think of it like this, and she'll kind of like carve up, what kind of food's on the table so I can kind of make
Lizard
it out.
blobs.
There's
Anything else?
chicken, some pork here and there, salads. It's basically an all you can. Just imagine all you can eat buffet, Chinese all you can eat buffet.
Okay, so you see this this fine piece of chicken, okay?
Ah!
Cover Popeye's eyes.
Nope, Popeye's not worried about it. It's just already pecking at a piece of chicken already.
That's cannibalism, I feel like.
Not really. So you should
Should
be
I-
a wizard.
What the fuck did you people do before I even showed up?
To be honest, I went to market and bought a chicken for eggs, and now I have this beautiful beast here.
Okay. But to split this up a little bit. So, as you know, we used to explain this. This is a fine piece of chicken. And you can cut it up, divide it multiple different ways, whatever. And she'll just start, like, slicing at it every kind of which way. But, at the end of the day, it is still all part of the same chicken, no matter which way she slices, even if you eat it. The prime is the whole piece of chicken, and we can assume the timelines are different pieces. So we can assume that technically you're like the full piece of chicken. If that
So
makes
you
sense.
all are in my timeline,
Or at the very least, what you do won't have echoes across multiple timelines, and this is the best way to put it.
Well, I better not lose in 2 weeks.
What's going to happen in 2 weeks? I don't even know.
I have a duel with a very skilled opponent. One of the brain shutting down tribe name.
Sharptooth.
It's,
No, Sharptoothers are our friends.
yeah, no, the Venom Hands Venom Hands champion.
It's a Venom Hand champion. They're lizard folk.
I'm assuming there's no outside help since it is a duel.
No, I have to do this alone. But I can bring anything in with me that I can find. I've been searching for magical items that will aid me.
And how's that been working out for you? She's kind of drinking her wine.
Pretty well, actually. I've gotten considerably stronger. I've unlocked portions of my blades. I found this cape.
By the way, speaking of your blades, Tyrannin, do you take a look at them again?
Oh, yeah. Like, as soon as he says that, he unsheathes them a little bit.
So, everyone that's standing next to Tyrannin, you notice that the blades are having a weird glow to them. And Tyrannin, because they are your blade, you notice that some of them got weird-looking teeth on their blade end, on the edge.
Should I be worried about that at all?
I am. I wasn't worried because I don't want to murder you, but that's new. They didn't glow or have serration.
And with that, Tyrannin, I need you to roll me a intelligence saving throw.
Oh no, I'm about to get murdered!
Yeah.
That's a 12 on the GM roll, but okay.
Yeah, left hand GM, my bad.
It's fine, no
Wait,
worries.
hold on. I need to check something real quick, because this might actually be worse.
Welcome back.
Oh wait! You have, would he have advantage because of performing star?
No.
Okay, just making sure.
How long does your bardic inspiration last? Because I still haven't actually used it.
10 minutes.
Okay,
So,
then no.
yeah. No. There's another thing I could do where in my heart form, it gives advantage on everything. You know, the thing that gives everything gets
Yeah, but I
advantage.
think that's mainly in combat.
No, it works for against any spells, so technically it can work outside as well.
Except this is not a spell.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
That's what I figured. So.
Hit me.
So, Tyrannin, you just hear a very raspy voice in your head, which you don't need to roll any perception for this. You know where it's coming from. It's coming from your blades. Hungry.
I just killed something like an hour ago.
Not enough anymore. And the blades go quiet. Which, from everyone's perspective, the blades look normal now, or at least turn into you, they look no longer serrated or glowing reddish.
Yeah, is there anything that we should be worried about?
The blades said they were hungry.
Where did you get those blades again?
Off an elf.
Do
I'm
you have a name?
considering letting them drink from me.
Probably not the best bet, but if you want to do it, I'm not going to stop you.
I don't think I should do it in the middle of a crowded bar. But maybe later I should have somebody around me with healing magic.
You got one or two people, take your pick.
Or both.
Yeah, if you need me to help, well, you're probably hurting yourself. Won't be the first time.
I won't be trying to knock myself unconscious, but I don't know how much they will take. When I stabbed them into the dead beast earlier, they kind of sucked it dry. So that's quite concerning if I'm going to injure myself with them.
Yeah. To which, let us switch scenes now back to Arizel briefly. Arizel, as you are drinking with your crew members, Via has just remained mostly silent, but now she actually does engage in a little bit of conversation with you. Have you and your captain and party members decided on a course of action?
Sorry, say that last part one more time.
Have your party and captain decided on a course of action?
I looked over at her and guys. So we're trying to figure that out now. Do I know where Shindra has gone, or did she even tell anybody?
No,
Or
she
did she
mentioned
tell
it.
you?
She went to Ominous' library.
Okay, cool. I was just curious. I didn't know if you said anything. So. Shindra is at Ominous' library. We're trying to figure some things out. To learn some information. She's kind of confusion. I'm not quite sure how to make all of it before I'm drinking. Well, let me forget for a minute before I come back to it and try to ponder it some more. But I think we still hold true to what our plan was before, and hopefully we can do it.
She's a bit silent as she's contemplating on her next answer. But eventually you will be heading to Rashakan, yes?
Yes, that's what I believe is our
I see.
destination, or at least part of it.
I don't remember much when I was captive to the Red Fox, but I suspect they have ways to navigate quickly through the land. I don't know if it's magical or technology means. But I do fear for Milord, and she pauses. The head tilts left and right, almost very uncanny like, but it is obvious she is thinking of saying something else, but pauses.
Honestly, probably a little of both. And travel. And frankly,
Fia mostly remains silent afterwards, but there is clear notice that she is, despite how much she's drank, she looks very sober and clarity of mind, unnaturally focused even.
kind of just eyes the drink that she's been drinking, and then looks up at her.
You could roll me.
I didn't say anything.
Okay. You could roll me insight or investigation.
Oh, shit, I got here. I'm going to be bitter. Is it entire investigation?
Yes.
Investigation. Let's try it. Yeah, boy. Not great.
I mean, it's average. Let me just fix that audio a little bit. So, Arzel, you notice as with your investigation of 15, you do see that Fia, not only as she still resumes protecting her drink or her glass, she has been using the same glass since who knows how long, but there is the buildup of the other types of alcohol. And the few times that Maxim seems to have offered to take the glass and give her a new one, she gives him a very quiet glare and almost nurses her glass very protectively.
I'll walk with her for a minute.
Read that one more time for me.
No, you just kind of walk with her for a minute. Waiting for the answer.
The rest of the crew silently just keeping vigil, but they're also discussing their own plans. And with Syndrome Binge at Ominous's library, collecting material, which it shouldn't take you too long to, well, for those that are reading their power-up books, I'll give it to you guys that you already completed reading the book by the start of the next day of downtime. So I kind of want to speed that along up too.
So those are done?
Yeah.
Okay, so we've completed the manuals, okay.
Yes. So once those manuals have been completed, their power will not return until another century. Now, let us go into the evening of you guys going to sleep then. Mavis, could you roll me a wisdom saving throw, please? Yes, I know. I had a few other people in mind, but right now you're the first one for the time being.
Oh, 17.
Okay. Tiernan, can you also roll me a wisdom saving throw? Actually, I'm sorry. Let me rephrase this words properly. Everybody, roll me a wisdom saving throw.
Pain. Well, I had to roll like shit sometime.
Tiernan,
I'm sorry, what?
wisdom saving. Yeah.
Yeah. 19.
Okay. Let's go with Oberina first.
Pain.
Oh no, it's not pain. Give me a second. I just gotta. Grab this. I had to fix something up just a little bit.
I was about to ask, did I lose anybody? Because there was no talking.
No. It was just me having to fix something up a little bit because
Okay.
maps are very long, and I forgot to do the reset of the API scripting. Or rather, I forgot to.
Out of curiosity. Oh, sorry.
No, continue.
Go ahead. I was like, did we figure out which game that was that we had an actual alchemy jug and it wasn't the one that was loaned to us?
No, I don't think we ever did. There was one, I think you guys did loot it though. Which was right here. Let me just find the blasted thing because it's here. There we go. Yeah, well, it's right here. Because Zoola's is a more fancier looking one.
Oh, okay.
But anyway, Olberina, you are. Well, this was me having to make a map last minute sort of thing without the proper field stage one, but you are there, or here anyway. As everyone is dreaming, Olberina, you have a particular dream where you're doing your nice little performance. And what performance would you give in a small little circus tent here, such as this one? Oberina? Or wait, did they
Oh,
go?
hold on. Mike just died for a minute there.
Oh, my mic died?
No, mine did.
Oh, okay. I had a moment of fear.
No, you're fine. So would it be like? I guess the question is this like a big tent? Is it like super elaborate or?
It's a big tent. A lot of people have been showing up.
I think. It's like, is there a lot of kids around, adults, or like what's? I know I'm asking a lot of questions.
No, that's
but, like,
perfectly
what's
fine.
The general audience.
It's definitely a big mix. There was a large circus that just went through, and you are currently going to be the quote-unquote intermission act right now, while the next set of performers are getting ready. And your name has been dropped, so some people had shown up to see exclusively you.
Exclusively me in the good way or the bad way?
You can roll me a d100 for that.
Oh, that's a 3. I'm glad my D100s are back, boys.
Yes, they are. Let me just check something. Who else is here? Well, you certainly do know there's some people, well, you know there are some who do not like you, period. Not just because of what you are, but your particular feeding habit. But at the current moment, you don't see any of those annoyed individuals. A lot of them seem to be more either indifferent or they don't know who you are yet. They're all waiting for you expectantly as, well, the curtain rises, or rather the spotlight falls upon you to play your song.
I guess then, if they don't really know or they seem kind of indifferent, then I'll do the kind of tried and true classic her kind of rewrite of the Timeless King. So, like, you said the spotlight's on me?
Yes.
So you kind of hear her pick up a harp, and she's like, I'd like to thank you all for coming out tonight. I know I am just a humble bard in trying to pass the time for a smaller show, but if you would all lend me your ear for the time being, I can tell you of a great tale of a man who had lost it all, trying to fight the gods, but still goes again and again to try and reconcile himself. And she'll just start going on about her own rendition of the Timeless King.
Okay, roll me a performance at advantage because you have done this many times before.
Alright. Let's go!
Well, that is surprising.
I love this character.
So do I. Alright, just want to grab one more thing. It is going slower than molasses. Holy shoot. Well, as you are playing this particular tune and the like, you can roll me a perception. As people are cheering and they are very enthralled. Ooh,
24.
okay. Now we're getting somewhere.
Weird, man. I decided to just queue up my game for my plot, apparently.
Well, I mean, you also did roll that 3.
Yeah, that's the problem.
So, with your 24 perception, you do notice 2 Starking individuals in 2 different stands. They are applauding, but they're not as loud and rambunctious as the rest of the various people. First one you notice is over here. The second one you notice and oddly enough, neither of them, they're focused on you, but they're not giving a big round of applause as many of the rest of the crowd are doing.
Since this is probably towards the end of my performance, about how long until the rest of the main stage, the main act of the circus comes through?
They will, so as soon as you finish your first performance, which, let me roll this. It took about like a good 10 minutes. And it's another 5 minutes before the show begins.
Now, I would like to all thank you for such a wonderful audience, but I must go now for the others. Need to prep the stage for themselves, and do come by. I will be probably selling a little bits here and there if you wish for something outside of the circus, but outside of that, thank you all again. You have been a wonderful audience. And she kind of just takes a bow, a really deep bow, while still looking at the 2 people that were kind of clapping in the stands, and then starts to head out.
Yes, as you are watching them, their clapping is more of a very slow, well, one of them, the woman in purple, is having a very slow, almost obnoxiously slow clap, while the woman in red is giving a very polite but rapid clapping that isn't too heavy.
I guess she'll kind of head out the tent for the time being.
As you step out to the tent, or at least you want to step through the entrance, you can get through the doorway, or at least the opening flaps.
This is not fun.
As you say that, you do hear a female voice from the direction behind you. I'm not sure which one. Did you really think it was all fun and games, Oberina?
No, but if you're going to try to trap me in a dream, at least make it something I could remember. That man over there seems to be wearing the wrong shirts, yada yada yada. What do you want? And she's just kind of looking at both of them now.
Two of them are pretty much almost mirroring their movements now, but they're both just simply staring. It's not what I want. Both of them literally saying in synchronized voices. But rather, what is it you want, that you had to come to this land here?
I told you once didn't tell you. I told the people that I'm here with. I'm only here to perform, and because it was a place that I have never heard of. If
Is
you're
that
trying
what
to get
you
some,
really think so? They cut you off as they both say in a synchronized voice.
So what? You want me to pick up the pieces of the ones whose name is lost to time? It's not my job to do her shit.
And it shouldn't be. But yet you're here. Why?
If you're going to keep asking the same questions, I'm probably going to give the same answer over and over.
That's not an answer. They almost say this in a confrontational sort of manner.
Then perhaps I will find the answer I'm looking for as I journey onward.
Journey to where? To the unknowns? The ends of the universe? The forsaken realms? Perhaps things that have been bygone, forgotten by the ages, and yet, just like you and many others, just foolishly keep digging up the past?
I'm not the one who's digging all this shit up. It just happens to keep falling in my fucking lap.
Is that so?
My mother left me and my father, and she left me a fucking book. Do you think if I would have cared anything at all about digging up the past, I would have began searching for her? I don't give a shit what she did or what kind of person she was. I just don't want it to affect my life.
There's an unnatural silence as you speak back. The crowd, still mirroring the actions of a cheering crowd, but yet you realize that your voice not only booms over them, it's more the fact that they're just doing a very silent, almost mime expression of cheering. There's the motions, the mouths and expressions of it, but no sound, no voice coming out from any of these people except for the two that are sitting on the stands just staring you off. Right, Miss La Serene. If that is your proper last name. Of the four seasons, what do you feel most inclined to? Hot, cold, lukewarm, or luke-cold?
Probably. Well, considering the only thing I fucking knew for the longest time was cold. pretty obvious answer.
That's not an answer.
Oh my god. Do you all... Then let me ask you, what do you want out of everything, since everything I say seems to be talking in circles? What do you want?
Answers.
Why are you here?
Why did you come back? We want to know. I want to know why you come back. You were free. And now you come back.
Trust me, I know about as little as anyone else here, so coming back means jack shit to me.
Motorcycles right outside. As you said that, it was like...
Yeah, like, the amount of annoyed she's getting by them just talking in circles at her is not...
Right.
Like, she understands certain chronergy stuff and like that, but like them just kind of throwing things that she's never heard of is just getting on her nerves. Because they're kind of, like, talking more matter-of-factly when she has no idea what the fuck they're saying.
Roll me a just roll me a D4.
God, I need to stop.
Alright, so as you present your fury, you do hear the voices again, or rather the voice speaking from two mouths. As well, it seems that one sacrifice was for nothing then, as this one with the bright red hair melts away into, well, nothing. As it's melting, it starts to become translucent and vanishes. The one in the purple just quietly stands up. I suppose another sacrifice will have to be made, over and over again. We will see each other soon, Miss Oberina Lasserine. Do enjoy your last night of pleasant sleep. As this one tilts the hat, Marlene, and walks up the stands, but as she does so, begins to be blended into the shadows above. And slowly but surely you begin to hear the ruckus cheer of the entire crowds around you.
God, I hate solving other people's shit.
As you do say that, let me grab that thing.
Yeah, fucking just get gut punched by time.
You might just. You don't know. Where did I put it? Oh, it was never there. Well, never mind that one. But you do hear behind you, or at least something that seems to have touched your shoulder. And oh, there it was. Never mind. I was just being a dumb.
I hope it's not who I think it is, because I'm gonna fucking scream if it is.
No. It is this individual.
Ah, you've gotta be fucking kidding me.
And I do need to make my Constitution saving throw.
I'm gonna die. Here's where the nat 1 comes in. Well, I wasn't wrong.
Oh, your body goes incredibly stiff. You are currently paralyzed as the voice just simply says, well, welcome back to the spiral of misery. Say goodbye to all the good sleeps there. and you do feel the presence walk away. And you wake up in a cold sweat, paralyzed.
Oh, I got night terrors.
Yes, you did. Yes, you did.
Do I still get my long rest or no?
You still get your long rest. It's just you woke up literally soaked in sweat. Tyrion, you're next.
God damn, what did they put in that wine?
You're over here. It's hot.
Ah,
You feel very thirsty.
this is weird.
It is weird. Because you see in the distance fire.
Oh. Hey, wait a minute. And he starts scampering over. Like,
As you get closer, Tyrion, I need you to make me a con save.
18.
You are feeling extremely thirsty, but yet your willpower, or rather, your focus to this particular situation is making you fight off the irresistible urge to dive into that fresh, clean water below.
He's gonna take out his blades.
One of the blades is missing.
What the? He's gonna take out the one blade? Where's the other one?
Forward.
Alright. I'll sneak around here to the entrance.
As you approach this whirling flame, it doesn't feel hot.
Yeah, only one way. It's going to try to step through.
You can roll me a wisdom saving throw.
4.
You are actually worried at first. Extremely worried because you've seen stuff like this. Wizards play around with fire and throwing things at you. So you were hesitant at first. Then you stuck your hand in, prepared to sacrifice it. No heat. But yet, it feels natural.
It's definitely the weirdest fire I've ever seen. He steps through.
As you step into the ring of fire, you definitely hear a voice very similar to the one that mentioned about being thirsty. About time you stepped in. Something that looks like it's holding the very same mirror images of your own two swords is standing in front of you, but coated in complete fire.
Alright, who are you?
You're not an idiot. You know who I am.
Lefty?
We can go with that. You haven't.
See, you're thirsty. I'm still trying to figure out what you're thirsty for. I'm assuming, what, primal energy?
You catch on quick. Yes.
Most of the group thinks I'm stupid.
Since you're ever since you had us taste the core energy of Namale that was keeping it divine, our conscience has been waking up much more acute.
My mother always said she had a talking sword. If I could get to one up her, I have two.
My twin half will speak with you another time, but how long till you can actually fulfill your true purpose? By releasing our strength.
Finding a worthy source of energy from you is taking some time. But we do believe we have several leads, and we're on our way to one just after we leave this town.
Yes. The duel. Fine. I will stave my thirst for now. But I require a suitable sacrifice.
I'll do my best to keep you two satiated until then.
Yes.
As you are, I'm also picky.
My other half will inform you what we want later. But for now, we both agree to impart a bit of our strength further to you. At least until you've proven to be ill-suited for our goal. And
Well, I'll show you that our goals are quite similar.
prove to us that you are indeed such a being. With that, the flames around start to burn away, or rather condense toward the figure. And as it walks over to you, or rather almost as if it is trying to walk through you, it becomes your other sword that you thought was not in your hand. And if you look, your weapons got empowered.
Who needs a wizard? You two and I are going places.
You'll eventually need everything, or lose everything again. As the voice of that particular sword reminds you very sternly.
I'll keep that in mind.
Good. Now, you got your long rest. And next one. Mavis!
Yay.
I know. You find yourself at a nice house. You can roll me a history to advantage.
Yee.
You remember this place quite well. It is the house that belongs to someone you can best call your mom's friend, or your adopted mom's friend, but also your mentor. And let me get her sheet out. That's the wrong person. Here we go. It belongs to this lady, noble lady, who has been tutoring you, Zai, and this individual that you will have to roll me a history to remember who that one is. It's not an advantage, it's just flat.
Okay. Ooh, 19.
Tin. You remember this individual being Tin. For some reason, it's a weird name, but she is unnaturally excitable when it comes to books. And the woman, or at least the professor has been teaching you, goes by the name of Seraphina Onyx. As your memory is kicking in, she's also more or less a matron or mother figure for your... You're pretty certain he died in one of your memories. Zai, who is in the middle of reading a book, but right now the three of you are in the midst of a lecture. How attentive is Mavis when it comes to getting lectures or studying?
I feel like she tries really hard to pay attention, but if Zai's there, possibly not if he's distracting.
Constitution saving throw then. This is for your concentration.
You said saving throw. 20.
Dang, you're doing pretty well despite the fact that Zai is actually being distracting because, well, he has the book up. From your perspective and angle, you see that he's literally doodling in his, empty, his blank diary book. That looks very similar to the one that you once had. In fact, it probably really much is your book.
The one I have currently or the one before?
The one before.
Can I see what he's doodling? Oh, I guess I'm doing pretty good. I should be paying attention.
Yes.
Sorry.
As Seraphina is simply... She's mostly talking about the history of the Sword Coast along with stuff of Baldur's Gate, the land of Faerun, and then kind of droning on a little bit about cults and other dangers of the land.
Is Tin writing anything in, or what is she doing?
She is scribbling like a madwoman. Well, also very much asking questions left and right. She is literally the textbook nerd, or the honor student.
Do I have a notebook in front of me? If so,
Yes,
is
you
it
do.
one I've had before or mine that I have right now?
Roll me a D100, please.
13.
The book in front of you is not your notebook that you were supposed to bring. It is the raggedy old book that you and your party members have been messing around with. And it is suspiciously blank. In fact, let me... Since you rolled at 13 and you're having this now, this is where the crazy fun begins. There you go.
In my book?
Yes.
Oh, you fucker.
Scroll. Wait.
The
What?
book is emptied.
I thought I thought I was having technical issues.
No.
No. Is I already forgot his name. Zai okay?
Zaya seems to be just fine. He's just doodling in your other book, which you can roll me either a perception or investigation.
Okay. 27.
Ooh, that's nice. 27. Alright. He's drawing the following things. Let me just get to that proper handout. Those are handouts. Here we go. Zai, you unintelligent little boy. Wow, 1, 2, 3.
No!
Man's like, I'm a dumbass, let me show.
What I would kill for a Dick's soundboard right now.
What?
It's a notification on Twitch. Don't worry about it.
Okay. I had a brief moment of confusion, like, what?
It's pretty much just you yells Dicks.
No, see, what you need is like a Go XLR. And then just have it pre-programmed in.
Oh no. Alright, give me a second. I gotta actually unfurl some of those old symbols. Did I just throw those things out? No, I did not. I couldn't have. There you are. Can you also roll me an intelligence or arcana to see what type of symbols they are? I also need to make sure I don't just give you the name of them.
Oh, we'll do intelligence.
Okay, I have to
14.
change. I had to do a quick little change to the handout.
Because he rolled so badly.
Also, you do hear Professor Seraphina just going, yes, and there is also the various types of symbols and runes that do come back from an old era when the weave was more accessible to us mortals.
I'm gonna look over to Tin now. Does she look okay?
You can roll me investigation. You're more focused on what dear old Zai is writing, and you do see one familiar mark that he is drawing, or at least one symbol thing, but then you see two more, which look disturbing.
Oh.
And then you see the third one. Wait, did that come out right?
Yes.
Excellent.
I hate that I might know one of those.
Do I, other than the first one, the branding mark, do I know the other two?
No, you do not. Actually, wait, I'm sorry. Roll the Arcana for that one.
Ooh. Okay, it's fine. 2 nat ones in a row. We're okay.
I see where my nat 20s went.
You mean who you sacrifice for those nat 20s. But,
Hey, that's not my fault.
But, yeah, so they look like interesting graffiti drawings.
Is there anything happening in the room? Like, anything familiar to when Zai was killed?
I'll give you a perception at advantage because you know, or at least you're looking for the dangers of that particular individual. So far, you don't see anything. In fact, with your perception, you do hear very softly, Dina, can you come to the kitchen, please?
What is happening?
The
I'm
individual,
so overwhelmed.
you hear it over there, and you do know for some reason you feel like it is being directed to you, Mavis.
That's okay. Is that the door?
Yes.
Okay. I'm just gonna get up. I don't care. Screw you, Professor Onyx. My bad. See you later.
That's he just kind of does the scoot on hand motion while she continues her boring lecture. And you do see Akra handling cooking stuff.
She's cooking.
Yes, she's cooking.
What's it smell like? Anything familiar?
You can roll me history.
God, what the hell? 4.
You vaguely remember a few things, and it's kind of setting off warning alarms. You don't know why.
Oh. Did you called for me?
Ah, yes. What was I doing besides just handling all the food here? Right. Considering you'll be going on your own adventure and I myself have to go on a different path, I was thinking of making I already finished it, but retrofitting a armor that might be good for you. Just extra protection while I can't be satelliting you everywhere or overprotective. She kind of goes to a closet, or at least what looks to be like a closet, and pulls out, almost haphazardly, but your vague memory, you do know that Akra was never the dexterous type of mom. She was very much a blunt force trauma type. Or rather, a heavy-handed hatchet type. But she pulls this out,
Good damn.
and she basically
Oh.
jerks her head to the doorway past you. You can thank Serafina about it, since she knew a few craftsmen who could make such nice armor and be light as leather armor, but can still be harder and sturdier than most heavy armor. Similar to what I made for myself back when, before I met you.
It's beautiful.
Ah, you like it? I was a bit worried it might be a little too gaudy, but she kind of was like, "Do you want to try it on?" She actually.
Yeah.
So the armor slips on very easily, and just as your adoptive mother, Akra, said, you don't feel any weight at all on the armor. It was as if you and the armor are literally a single body.
Oh. Perfect fit.
Can you roll me a D100 now?
28.
Excellent, excellent. I was so worried. I thought you were going to start shouting you didn't want the armor or any particular gifts, but I'm not so good at giving gifts to, well, never raise a child of my own, so.
I was gonna ask, does she normally give me things?
She does, but it always seemed to be the most awkward of items. They're very practical, but they weren't like, most of them were like stuff to use or things that can be useful later, but nothing like a outward gift or toys and whatnot.
And when did she say I was leaving?
She mentioned you will be leaving soon, but how soon you do not know.
Gotcha. Is Akra going anywhere? Like, are we like separating and splitting ways, or am I being sent off?
Splitting ways, as far as you remember, and to go for more details, you can roll me history.
Okay.
You vaguely remember that Akra is going to deal with the dragon cultists, as far as you know, and they're in a direction she's going. But that's about it.
Are you sure I can't come with you?
I mean, in the end, it's up to you. I'm not going to force your hand on this. It's just, it's going to get messy. Dragons are going to most likely be involved if the cult of dragon are in on this.
Are Tin and Zai going with me, staying, or going with them?
Are you asking the DM or are you asking Akra?
I guess asking you. I don't know if it'd be predetermined or not. I feel like that's something she would know if she was leaving.
Tin has absolutely no interest in it. As in her own words, is idiotic, moronic, and just a small blip in time. Zai, not as interested either. He's more toward like, I want to get away from all that situation. And Akra, as far as you know, she is not the one to just simply turn heel and run away from danger.
Right. I want to go with my friends, but you're family. I feel like I need to go with you on this one.
She comes over and gives you a big hug, which you may roll a strength saving throw because it's not exactly you call a sweet motherly hug, despite her now actually being shorter than you.
9?
You might have heard your back pop a little bit.
Ooh, nice.
My sweet dear, my sweet dear. Makes me proud that you wish to fight alongside me, and very well. You can come along with, but if things start getting dicey, you focus and prioritize yourself, getting yourself out of there. She kind of looks in direction. Your friends, at least for the time that you've known them, Tin is an odd one. She kind of has this look of like, I kind of want to hit her with the sword, but I don't know if that's appropriate. And then she looks towards Zai. Zai, this is where you kind of feel like the overbearing, protective mother come out, but does not say anything.
You said Tin was like the typical nerd.
very honor student.
Okay. She's very good on paper, but I haven't dealt with her otherwise.
Well, I suppose that's the case. She really hasn't harmed anyone.
And Zai is a little.
Yes, he's a straight up coward, I know.
I was gonna say an asshole, but
I
he's
don't
just mean to me.
I don't know what you see in them, but I suppose it's different for each of us to in developing friends. I mean, granted, I had a half orc as a adoptive uncle and a tiefling for a adopted father, so who am I to really judge? But that's been a long time ago. Right, so I'll be leaving. I'll be heading toward, well, be making my way to Baldur's Gate and perhaps Icewind Dale starting tomorrow morning. Finish your last lessons with Seraphine and dinner should be ready within the hour.
She nods. She'll take off the armor.
Okay.
And before she goes back into the study. Sorry, my screen. There we go.
No worries. But as you do enter, let me just move you right here.
Oh God. No, I knew it. God damn it.
You do see Tin and Zai dead on their chairs, and Professor Serafina is missing, but where her, or at least where she was sitting at, there is a pile of ashes. And sitting very calmly on the other side, three very notable figures. And in the middle drinking what appears to be tea. You know, I am getting very tired of having to chase you around for that book.
There's tears in her eyes, and she's has like an angry expression. What did you do?
I did what was necessary, as he points to where Tin is at. You two, take that one. The other one was unfortunate. Was unfortunate collateral damage. As these two walk over, grab the currently lifeless form of Tin, which you can roll me a perception.
13.
It's enough. She's not dead, but she cannot move.
She has nothing to do with the book.
Correction, dear. She has much to do with the book, or at least did. I will interrogate her eventually, as the two armored hulks unceremoniously pick her up as if she is one of those plank woods and just walk off with her out the door.
What do you mean she has nothing to do with this?
Drinks again from his tea. Dina. How long are you gonna keep playing games with me? You have a simple solution, you know that, right?
Is my old book still in front of Zai?
It is. And there's blood building up around it because he did not have a... Well, there's what looks to be like a sword made of thorns sticking right through him.
Well, this guy is not looking at any timeline. Okay.
No, he's not.
Tied both sides of the fucking book. Okay. Player to DM. Have we said this dude's name before already?
Yes.
Is this something I should already know or no?
Yes, you do
I
know.
need to write down.
His name, at least as far as you all know, or what Mavis knows, is that the guy, the wizard, the archmage, is known as Ed Matthias Dominguez.
Okay, yeah, that's right. I'm better with the names than the tokens.
That's perfectly fine. You especially remember this guy's name because Tyrion and Sindra have a big hate boner for this guy.
Oh yeah, also I guess I wouldn't know if Dina would actually know at this point. If we're playing it from her perspective right now. She's still crying, but she's gonna laugh. I don't have the book.
Roll me a persuasion.
I'm going with like ass, let's do this.
Ed, for a brief moment as he... Actually, let me roll his composure. There you go. There's your sheet. Well, he managed to keep himself composed despite the disadvantage. But you do feel a bit of him just taking a deep breath in. How many times must he go through this song and dance? Well, if you are not going to answer my question, or at least reply in kindness to my request, perhaps your dear mother can assist you in persuading your stubbornness. And you do hear two very heavy metal footsteps. As, well, a very familiar form of your mom, Akra, when she's wearing her full armor, is standing right behind you, and the sword is at hand. you say anything?
No.
Ed just sighs. This is the thing about particular creations. They do have some lingering sentiments, but if I exert enough of a will, and he looks toward the figure behind you, you do know that your actual daughter is there, yes? As Mavis, you do see that the other suit of armor is standing right behind the one you would know from Akra.
Oh, god damn it.
And
Good 2 seconds ago.
unfortunately, the one that you would know as your mom, Akra, swings the sword at you. And it is raging.
This is fun.
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Oh wait, that is not the right click there. I don't suppose that hits.
Oh god.
I don't know. 32 seems kind of low.
This is how I die.
Oh my god, that's a nat 1.
Two nat one.
Oh my god.
It rolled really low on bad damage. But yeah, the sword does cut into you, and you do feel the particle charges of it.
Cool.
And Ed, resuming drinking his tea. Last chance before I get involved. Give me the book, or I'll just have your mother suffer of having to kill her daughter.
Do I know if this is a dream or not?
Roll me a survival.
Ew.
This is just for my own flavor.
14?
You are very certain this is indeed a dream. But you also remember some old wives' tale about dying in a dream and dying in real life.
Yep.
God damn it.
Oh. I was told to always. She's thinking to herself. Protect the book. That was my job. Oh, let me. I'm gonna use the stick. I have the stick.
Oh no. Oh dear.
The lightning wand. Let me click that off. I don't know who to use it on.
You have 3 possible viable targets.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe 4. I mean, I have seen players self-destruct themselves for no reason other than just to really make me go, what?
Fuck you.
Called out. Mm,
That's why I said maybe 4.
this is for me. That didn't help me. Just kill lightning strike Agra.
You have advantage because she is literally a full-on metal creature.
Attack archery off, cause that ain't it.
This creature, or at least the thing that is the suit of armor of your dear mother, chooses to fail. Or rather, it holds the sword up, and your lightning is pulled into it. And you just hear a very, come now. You've seen your mother, her adoptive mother, in action. Do you really think she'd be susceptible to something as a weak little wand of lightning?
Oh, I had that clicked on me too. The hell's that? Nope. Okay. There's a lot of words on this sheet. Yeah. Yeah. Is there a back door anywhere of this house?
Yes, there is. Well, you can also just roll me a,
I would like to leave.
I'll give the choice of investigation or history at advantage.
25.
There is a way out, or at least a back door. The problem is, Akra's in the way of it.
Okay, yep.
It is,
Alright,
and I will shift ping it. But there is one behind the 2 barrels in the storage room. Also, I should just ping this so you understand why, what exactly happened.
Yeah, I should have been smarter considering she dealt B lightning damage. I think at some point. Yep, okay. How? Well, that's not bad. Is there a way I could squeeze by, like, through the door and get
Yes,
past?
you can certainly try.
What do I roll?
I'll give the choice of athletics or acrobatics. And just to make it more interesting, let us put initiative.
Okay. Yeah, 20.
Okay.
That's a dirty 20, but it's a 20.
We'll keep that, but also roll your initiative. As unfortunately, it was not meant to be an advantage.
Did I do it at advantage?
No, I was wondering if I did that for Akra,
Oh.
but that's not the case, thankfully. And also Ed. Because he is definitely not happy with you resisting. Alright. top of the round. You got a 20. You are very certain you can squeeze through there because you remember, Akra, despite her strength and everything, she's not a tall person.
Nice. Okay.
She's a short stack mom. You've
Oh,
already
yeah, okay.
you've already beaten her in height already.
Alright. I'm going to run past Akra.
Just so you know, you will be taking an attack of opportunity though. If
Yep.
Okay.
And then to the barrels.
All right. She's going to make an attack of opportunity.
Yeah, that hits. God.
And you hear in the back as like, would you stop holding back on your idiot of a daughter?
I'm assuming the squeezing past was my action.
No.
No? I would like to open the door and go through the back, or I guess move the barrels. I don't know how well hidden this door is.
Not that hidden.
They still have, what was it? They have 10 more feet of movement.
Okay. You can attempt to roll me another athletics so you can just smash right through it. As in you're basically trying to do a dive run.
17.
Roll me a d20.
4.
Okay. You went through the barrels, somewhat through the door, but not entirely out.
Okay. And can I just quickly check? I do have the book.
Yes, you do have the book.
Okay.
Ed makes a few verbal commands, which you do not have. What are your languages now?
Common, Elvish, Primordial, and Sylvan?
Okay, so you will not know a single word except with the Primordial, which... You get 4 words in Primordial from him, which... I'm just writing them down to make sure I don't forget them either. Okay, it's a bit jumbled since you're currently going through that wall, but you do hear 4 words. And I'll type them down so you don't make any miscorrections. But you hear these. But you hear just these 4 words. Not directly together, but or any connectional sense. But now Akra needs to make a wisdom saving throw. And it will be a normal. Jeez Louise, you are so lucky. So lucky.
See where all the nat 20s are going. It's literally
All I
everything
was
but
thinking
Vegas.
of was, all I was thinking of was kill John Lennon.
Oh my god.
You see,
What is
normally she would have advantage, and I will just say this so people can understand what just happened. But Ed just gave her a full-on command, which robbed her of her advantage. And Ed has a very high DC for his particular commands. But not only did she roll a nat 20, her modifiers gave her a full 30, which just basically gives her the advantage to not be immediately obeying. You just, well, you can, Mavis, you can hear the slight clinking noise as if something is struggling to move, but it's definitely the sound of like metal grinding against metal. And you definitely hear Ed swearing in Elven tongue, which you definitely understand. God damn it, there's still some residual will left in this thing. And it's your turn.
I do want to, like, there's going to be a slight pause while she's trying to escape. And, like, just a little warmth in her heart knowing that Akra is still in there in some degree. But I'm gonna hop out of the move. Oh, I'm stupid. I'm gonna still escape.
Roll me a Constitution saving throw while you're at it.
Face plants. 14?
Yeah, you kind of face plant, but you don't hit the ground. You just free fall into darkness.
Nice. This is way cooler than dying by the hand of my mother.
Yep. And you wake up crashing at the floor of your bed.
Yes!
And roll me a d100 again, please. Oh.
Wow.
Kids, we need to stop.
Okay. You wake up, and those that, if you do share a room with other people, they will hear this. But Mavis, you wake up with two very notable sword gashes across your chest. Or actually, one on your chest and one on your back.
Alright. So I did for real take the damage?
Yes, you did.
God damn it. I don't know if I'm sharing room. Did we go over that? Is it I don't know if I am sharing a room.
I guess it's up to you, because
That'll be-
Syndra and Arizel are probably sharing one, or I don't know actually. It's kind of like a parties.
Yeah, again, I will leave that up to you guys to decide.
It's Syndra and Amarna. Arizel's
Yeah,
gotta
right.
find her own.
I mean, fuck
Yeah, I kind of figured. I'm kind of either on my own or with the crew, to be honest.
I will.
I was thinking Oberina might offer like a girls, kind of all three of us together.
Again, I will leave that up to you guys, but those that are either in the same room or in adjacent rooms, you definitely hear. Actually, Mavis, could you roll me a wisdom saving throw now to see if you contain your scream or your fear?
Just keep throwing dice at your problems; they'll go away.
25.
No, you managed to grit your teeth, but it did hurt when you face planted into the ground. And yeah, bloody sheets because you got cut. And
Alright, cool.
there is the lingering ozone charge.
Okay, real quick. Do I stop the book?
Yes. And
I'm gonna open the book.
the book has to your surprise, it is still blank, but there is something added to it.
Like the cover or like inside?
The inside.
See, Mavis chose the erase all option on the book.
If
When
I
writing it.
can't have it, no one can.
Literally did factory reset. on
Did you add
everything.
something?
Yes, give me a moment.
Oh no. You're good, I just had to know if I had to
Mavis writes one symbol and the book immediately gives it a whole factory reset.
I put in my password one too many wrong times.
Jesus.
there.
I gotta read.
Oh, you fuck.
Cool. I was gonna say if Oberina was offering to share a room, I'm sure Mavis would be like, yeah, that's fine. So.
Well, I'm paralyzed and stunned, so I'm just kind of like,
Oh,
Yes.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Yes.
Cool. We are. Why is it always?
Always like,
It's always whoever I'm in the room with. Like every time we have a girls' night, something just. We're on the ground. We are passed out.
Yes, indeed.
what a part.
we're having problems.
You
Can
certainly
I
do.
start like? Can I get up to any degree? Like I would like to try to crawl my way at least to the door.
You can do that, but first I have 3 more victims. Actually, 2 more victims
Nope,
to go
you're
through.
good. I'm assuming it's gonna take me that long.
Yes.
Me in real life, my foot doesn't work right now, and it takes me forever to get across the house. So I can't
It's okay, I'm
imagine.
just slowly sweating in my sleep and will eventually move. Well,
I am so sorry.
Well, one of my party members is bleeding on the floor.
Yeah, Oberina, you definitely hear the thump, bump, and to your keen senses, you do smell the. Well, you smell not just the blood, but also the charged ozone layer. And now, since Syndra is the only one who rolled, I go to after her now.
Wait, is Ari fine?
No, I'm going after her last. She didn't roll, so.
Oh, right.
Oh, fuck.
Fuck, nerd.
You asked me to be a merciful god. No.
We never asked you for jack shit.
I know.
I just want the book to not kill us. And now it looks like it won't.
Syndra,
We'll just kill.
the smell of, well, burnt existence and acid, sulfuric stuff starts to fill your nostrils, especially the very homely scent of death.
Oh. Dagoth, I was wondering when you would show back up.
There is a silence, but the familiar voice of your progenitor, sire, echoes in your head. My progeny. It seems we have come to an impasse.
And what would that be?
You're simply too weak at this time. We need to fix that weakness.
Really?
What price would you pay for power? Or should I say, what lengths would you go for it?
She reaches down in that pool that's there, takes or has her hand, just kind of touches it. While she smiles.
Weak, come closer.
Well,
As-
you asked me a question and I didn't quite get a chance to finish it. And why should I pay a price? It's never about price for me, grandfather. Everything I have, I've taken. And right now, she kind of flicks off the acid off of her fingers. I'm willing to tear apart the fucking universe.
There's a silence as if mulling over the answer. Then, would you harvest pain or cultivate agony?
Kind of breathes in for a moment. And then she's going to use one of her abilities. Let's see. I don't actually have it as a thing. She's going to, let's see, take, cheer. 7 points of damage. As she kind of looks at both of her hands and arms, and she's gonna do her Dragon Claws of the Ancestral Father. Miser, have the scales changed color? Any?
Well, we're about to see. So keep this in mind. And I'm going to write this down too, since I'm writing this. Roll me a d6. Actually, no, roll me 2d6. Perfect. Okay. Let me just write this down now. So, your right arm... Actually, let me start with your left arm. Your left arm still has the beautiful black dragon sheen of scales on it. Slicked, natural. Perhaps maybe a little sinking in a little bit due to the deathly nature of a black dragon would have. Your right arm, however, feels a little stiff, a little craggy, if anything. And there is that nice sheen, but it doesn't belong to a black dragon.
Takes a big, deep breath in and sighs. Black or obsidian? That's a good question.
Echoes or original? As if Dagroth is just answering back at you.
Now that's a perplexing amount of math, isn't it? Because which one is the original? Which one matters?
You know the answer to that question.
Sindra just kind of flicks her hair a little bit with her head. And then turns and looks at the pool. Well then. I guess the important thing is what I've taken. And I am Sindra Gallows, the obsidian scaled end.
Roll me a d6. Three.
Right down the middle.
Okay, so you got that particular power up. Just typing this down quickly. And as you do say that, the massive form of Daggeroth comes out. Just the head, really. But he's still massive. Then I suggest you become strong enough to be worthy of such a claim. For even a grain of sand can tear through most things with the proper wind and speed. And almost as if it's some sort of mockery or gesture of kindness that's not really well known for Dracoliches, Daggeroth holds his massive claw-like hand over your head, squeezes it, and you see what looks to be like viscera of blood, perhaps, a droplet. Hold out your hand with the ring that proves you to be my kin.
That's the right arm with the obsidian.
Exactly. Do you?
Yeah.
The droplet of blood falls onto that ring, and it burns like hell. You may roll me a Constitution saving throw. Let me look at Daggeroth one more time, just to make sure I'm not... Okay. Okay, that's still going to hurt, even though it was going easy.
Yes, the question was it a success, or have
It's-
I technically gotten a long rest yet?
You have not gotten your long rest yet. It was a success. It's still going to hurt.
I'm fine with that.
As he gives you a droplet of his blood, you will take half of this. It's still going to hurt because he is a high-level dragon. And it is in the form of acid damage because it's coursing into your blood.
Ooh, that thing I'm resistant to.
Yes. So you'll take half of a half.
So that would be
19 divided by half again will be
9.
rounded down, so yeah.
Yeah, that would be 9 rounded down.
Yep. So your ring gains a little bit of extra boost now. And let's change this here because it's no longer a...
She just barely even winces at it. I see.
There we go.
That
Continue your evolution, or lose it all once again. And with
Can
that,
I ask you some questions before you disappear?
only one.
He kind of stops and thinks about it. You, being the most powerful and undoubtedly the most powerful mage, at least on our world, probably across multiple worlds, knowing you,
Flattery won't
Thorough.
get you anywhere, prodigy.
I'm not flattering you. Believe me, I'm pointing out the facts. Because I am Verhau is completely ignorant of this, so I'm hoping the top one would be the one. There was a wizard, caused a lot of stir during the Cult of the Dragon thing that recently happened. Ed Matthias Dominguez. One of his names, or hers. Found a lot of books written by her about a lot of things. Graviturgy, Golomancy, necromancy. A lot of soul bullshit.
Almost a mockery of life. You do see the mouth hang open, and Dagroth seems genuinely bemused by this question. Yes, I have knowledge of the one with many faces, many lives, many grains of sands. As do you, my prodigy. Why else would I have taken interest in seeing your development and cultivation? My rivals, as they would call themselves, would not really bother with such mortal things unless there is something to gain. And do you really think that ones such as old Snarl and the Inferno and all the others would be unaware? Do you truly believe that?
Actually, I'm pretty sure Inferno's working with him.
There is a possibility and benefits, but
Except that the payoff is actually going to fuck everyone.
there are reasons why we cannot touch such an individual. And yet you and your company can.
Interesting.
Which is why I posed a question. Do you cultivate agony or breed and raise pain? There will be choices, but there's a pause. Maybe a genuine patriotical affection, rare even amongst dragons, especially the black dragons, and probably impossibly so from a Dracolich that has forsaken dragonkind in its own way, a blasphemy of gods. It would be amusing if such choices were granted, or rather taken by your hands.
Interesting. As the question, I only felt that I've only cultivated hatred and bring suffering upon those that, well, I hate. It's the kind of monster I am. But things have changed a bit. I know I'm still going to make Red Fox suffer in ways that are unimaginable, along with all the rest of them. That much hasn't changed. I don't know if that would ever will. It's such a part of my existence. But I think I see a very strange, long game ahead of me.
That is what it is to be a dragon. If you keep looking at life from a mortal's perspective, you may get things done eventually, quickly so, but it is but a small fracture to the larger picture. Now, return to the waking world, to that nexus of chaos. And there's a pause, and through the hideous green glow of death, of undeath of this creature, almost gives a cruel, jovial smile that's iconic amongst black dragons because of their moniker names of a skull dragon.
Well, to my question.
Speak.
Is it of draconic blood?
No.
Okay, that actually takes a whole load off of my plate that I was worried about. Good.
You miss the particularities of blood and flesh to something akin to spirit, something that Null has specifically mentioned to you. Unless the obvious clues have not been that obvious to you.
No, it was just a question of the parallels to him. All these echoes and such. Supposedly I'm a parallel of it. First it was like, oh, well, we're both wizards. Of course, that's... Both hate the gods. That's a problem.
You are flesh and blood, yet not of spirit yet. Take that as you will.
Right.
Now, leave. As he disappears back into the pool of acid, he also adds, leave and fulfill what you must. Or fail. That is also a choice.
I don't intend to fail. Even if I have to cheat to win.
As you say that, you do hear a voice in your head that does not belong to Daggeroth. I do need you to make me an intelligence saving throw.
Oh, hey, that one thing I'm good at.
Mm-hmm.
Unless I roll ass.
Well, I mean, you rolled ass, but you got a good modifier. And the DC was an 18. And hold on, need to grab the, because I forgot I put NPC elsewhere. Make sure it's in the right. Yep. You feel a hand place itself on your shoulder, and it just says, "You wouldn't want to end up like me."
guessing you did something stupid, though. Like go to the end.
There's no expression to read as there's no face there. And it fades away. And you begin to wake up. And now I go after the last person of our insipid dream states.
I just love the idea of everyone just waking up to hearing fucking Mavis smack on the floor.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, wow.
Mm-hmm. Hold on. Where is my special map for this one?
Special. Oh shit. Well, good luck, Arizel.
Oh. I'm sorry. I put myself in there, but not the players.
It's not that bad. Two of us got upgrades. Two of us got stunned indefinitely on the ground. Oh, there he is.
Yep.
Never mind.
There he is.
Meanwhile, there's still a middle finger in the lava.
Yes, there is still a middle finger in the lava.
God bless that man.
Yep.
Wait, what's in the lava?
Don't worry. But Arizel, you're sleeping somewhat peacefully until you definitely hear it feels very hot and uncomfortable now. As
I hate it.
Yep. And you wake up and you see quite literally crouching, sitting on top of a blazing skull with fire just beneath. Orcus, the Prince of Undeath, just watching over you. And you can feel the intensive hatred. He is observing you. Analytically so.
That's a bit intensive. Is that hatred for me?
Now he looks at you more, or rather he fixes his posture to stare at you better. It is toward the one that took you away from me. You who's bound to me by right and contract. As many others who have been branded with the sacrifice.
You mean where the brain was located? Kind of just points at it. But does so with the middle finger.
Yeah, are you doing this openly, or are you doing a sleight of hand?
I wanted to see it.
Okay.
I want to see this.
Do you want him to see it? All right, that's all I needed to know.
Yep.
Roll me a charisma at advantage. I'll give it to you that.
God.
Just a charisma.
Okay. Straight charisma. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Advantage, you said?
Yes.
Okay.
Because you know what you're doing, so I'm going to give it to you. Orcus kind of narrows the hellfire eyes, looking right at you, the abyssal evil eyes. Well, you've certainly grown bold since our last encounter. And yet, as he holds out a hand, for a brief moment, you see what looks like a wisp forming around Let me grab. A very familiar figure, but looks extremely
Thanks, buddy.
transparent.
Thanks for that.
And it just says, Orcus just simply says, "You have found your freedom, and yet have abandoned your little brother to me."
I haven't abandoned him.
So you say. And yet you don't remember the contract that you have signed when you were in the loving care of the Red Fox. Have you forgotten your desire for vengeance that much?
Oh my god.
As he kind of just dangles the tethering bit of soul, or at least what's left of your brother, a little bit more further up.
Ari takes a step forward as a reactive. More so because it's like, hey, that's my brother's soul, you know? Like, don't fucking do it.
The deal that we struck when you were being violated, humiliated, desecrated in those cells was that your brother's soul will be freed when you give me all of the commanders of the Red Fox, since they too have been disrespecting me. And yet you are still running about, chasing irrelevant things. And sign a pact with a false being, not of this realm. As the parts of your body, or at least the signs of your change, crackle with a primal energy.
Oh boy. I don't know. Did we do something stupid?
I leave the floor to you to try anything.
Oh shit. This is gonna be so dumb. I just gained this spell too. So, let's see. Just gonna look at him. Dead in the eyes. It's gonna be like, is this fake to you? And I'm gonna cast Lightning Bolt. Straight at him. To give him a taste of what might be fake to him. Now, I don't know if it'll properly do what I want it to do, because I don't have it as a spell slot to attack, but I at least have it as a card, I think. Maybe, let's see. Oh, okay, cool. I'm gonna see if this works, let's see. Does it work? Oh yeah, it shows you. Okay, awesome.
Okay. Roll me a D100, please.
Oh no. Okay.
You'll see why. You're looking for a high number.
Oh, I'm looking for a high number?
Yes.
Okay, let's see. I'm about middle.
I mean, it was a high or low chance, and you got the high.
Okay.
So instead of rolling me 8d6, can you roll me 16d6?
Oh my god. Yeah. No. That's not it. Roll. Nope. 16d6. Let's see what happens here. Oh my, wow.
You
Yikes.
can re-roll those ones.
Oh god. Okay, that. So I can just roll.
Just roll 5d6 now.
Okay.
Actually, no, 6d6. I just saw the other one. Oh, that's a funny number for him.
Oh, that is. That's hilarious, actually. I love it.
And unfortunately, due to well, even though he has his resistance and everything, he still has to make his normal saving throw at normal now. Oh,
He gets half of that then.
he gets half, but it still hurts. Because normally he'd be resistant to such a thing. Magic isn't exactly unknowing to him, but it actually hurt. And with your perception, what's your passive perception?
I think it's 12. Let me double check. Yeah, 12.
Alright. It wasn't too much of a big sneaking or anything, but you do feel a heavy presence behind you.
Yay.
As a particular creature that you did make a pact with is, at least in shadowy form, is standing behind you.
Some flavor. Can I have like shocks of lightning in my eyes?
Yeah. We can flavor it that.
Cool.
Orcus, again, a little surprised at being hurt by by lightning, and by a measly lightning bolt of that. Kind of looks at the scorched hole of his wing, and looks at the shadow behind you. He just... Do not act so arrogant just because you have a thing that has been forgotten by time standing in as a sponsor. For such power will eventually come with a price. As he clenches his hand, and the soul, or at least the visage of your brother, vanishes. No death screams, no nothing. No signs of incineration. He just clamps his fist tight. Know this, that when you return to Toro, the pact, or rather the curse as well, that has been embroidered into your soul, into your family line, will still continue. Unless you fulfill your end of the deal. And I will consider giving back your little brother.
You say that the contract I currently hold with the one that you say is... How did you put it? I mean, it's a fake being. You say that it will come with power. What's to say that yours didn't? Like, the power comes with something later of a consequence.
Because I am the absolute end. That I can at least justify for. Though if you are not willing, I am sure the remnants of your brother would be acceptable, amicable to my design. Besides, I'm sure you remember your dear mother having the same brand on her flesh as well.
I do. I'll find a way to get him back. And to get you out of our lives.
Struggle all you want then. But just because the brand has been ripped off your flesh, as he points a finger at you, and I do need you to make me a Constitution saving throw. You feel an intense burning on that very same hip area. It's not there, but you do feel the markings of the brand that's been upon you before it was cut off. Even if your new patron attempts to protect you, your soul is bound to the abyss. It will forsake you eventually. And no one will be left to save you from me.
No one but myself.
A large wings, even though there's still a very notable hole on one of them. Orcus spreads the wings open and then lands right above you, or right in front of you. And somewhat looming over you, but not daring to lean down to look at you because you are insignificant creature to his eyes, and yet you have the gall to defy him. Growls at you. Remember this nightmare, for there is no salvation for you. I will drag you into Thanatos. And I need you to make me one more Constitution saving throw. Great.
Right.
So, how do you defy this dream? Or rather, what's your last things as he says this to you?
will say, I'd love to see you try. And flip him off again.
As you say that, he raises both his wand and his tail stinger gets ready to strike at you. But you wake up before they even reach you. And all of you, well, you managed to get a fitful rest, or at least as fitful as possible, Arizel. And everyone but Oberina and Mavis, roll me a perception.
Great.
Oh wow, popping bones left and right. No, you actually, Arizel, you woke up fully alert because you're expecting to at least have Orcus on top of you or coming at you. But you do hear a somewhat muffled thump in the next room over. Everyone else, you had your own particular dreams and thoughts of things are going about. And the dawn of the next day of your 3-day vacation begins.
Kira goes back to bed. Fuck you while I'm sleeping.
Go back to bed.
Tyrion,
God.
fuck this shit.
God, I ain't doing this today.
Am I still, like, paralyzed in fear, or do I just watch Mavis crawl across the floor? I
Just
guess what's the situation?
can you just roll me a d4, Oberina?
Yeah. Oh my god, I went one to the other.
Yep, one end to the other. You're starting to get feelings in your arms again, your limbs. It seems like the night terror has finally removed itself.
I guess I'll look at Mavis. How does Mavis look?
I'm on the floor and like.
Well, yeah, I know that. You're like a sea slug, but.
What I should ask is Mavis wearing night pajamas or she's wearing her gear when she sleeps?
I've never thought of that. I don't know, cause okay, she probably has the like just normal like shirt and pants from her old outfit
Okay.
on, not the dress.
Do you normally bleed on the floor?
Oberyn, you also smell the charge of ozone, so.
Yeah, I know, but like, she doesn't know these people, so she doesn't know this is normal.
Oh well.
First time experiencing a night with them, and this is what she gets.
Well, no.
You need a hand. She'll offer her hand.
Yes.
Yep,
So
Mavis,
offer up.
you are in pain. It hurts like hell.
Yep.
More than just physically.
Yeah.
Yeah, she'll kind of like write you up, I guess, and put you on. I guess this is like what, a 2-bedroom room?
Yes.
Assuming?
They're all.
Okay, yeah, then she'll put you on your side of the bed. Are you going to be alright, or?
I'm decent for now. I don't know. How bad does it look?
Mine's on a scale of like a 1 to 10. How, like, can I roll, I guess, a medicine?
Yeah, you can roll medicine.
Okay.
I will just say this: it does look like the wounds have been cauterized,
Okay.
but
Yeah.
crudely
I
so.
don't know human anatomy. Or, it's weird because I'm an elf, but I'm also not, so.
Ari at some point knocks on the door because you did hear the word found. It's like, oh god, what's going on in the other room? Wait, do I want to know?
I mean, that's up to you.
Yeah, she's gonna go around, knock on the door, check to see if everything's okay.
I mean, Oberyn will look at Mavis. It's her call. She's the one that kind of was bleeding on the floor.
I mean, she'll just give a slight nod, but I'm not moving.
All right. Give me a minute. And she'll open the door.
I'll just move the.
What a clusterfuck this party. Someday.
That it is.
We can't sleep. Every time we go to bed.
You guys have slept a few times.
Slept normally. How many? Be real.
Oh no. Oh, now there's another paralyzed person.
Oh god.
I go back to bed for a different reason, apparently.
Oh no. Yeah.
God had another plan for you.
Yeah. Whoops. That's another uh-oh.
God was like, not today, son.
Not today, indeed.
I guess I'll open the door and let Arizel in then.
Yep.
Is everything alright?
Arizel, you don't even have to roll or look perception, but you do see a very big burnt cut on. Wait. Mavis, is your back exposed or? Like how much skin is actually exposed? Well, I should say, because there is the blood stains on both your chest and back, but there's also the fact that there's the smoking ozone, as if you got hit by your wounds got burnt, closed, cauterized.
Probably just enough. Like I'm gonna assume. Actually, it's just a long sleeve tunic, so you probably just see the blood stains.
Yeah, you see that clear
I'm
as
sure
day.
that if Oberyn had checked, she had put the shirt back down to go answer the door, so probably can't see anything other than the blood.
Well, I will say this, Arizel, due to your connection to the Storm Primal, you definitely smell the ozone, or at least feel the usage of lightning magic of some degree.
You hurt yourself. What happened?
Yeah, I did this to myself,
No, this is a normal thing then.
so I'm
No.
grumpy.
I mean, you're covered in blood. And you're alright, but are you physically okay? Mentally, is there something I can do for you?
Oh. I already checked the book. No, I don't know. No to both of those questions.
Alright. I mean, I don't see any lightning marks around here, so...
And we'll like to let you know that it wasn't me. Just want to put that out there really fast.
I really wasn't suspecting you, but now I am because you said that. So thank you for putting that out there.
I'll keep that in mind, but the only thing I did was I came to because she literally fell onto the floor. I was kind of stunned from my own dream bullshit. Fucking night terrors. Is this a normal thing for this place where you just constantly get haunted by your dreams?
Just give it a shrug.
I'm
Guess it is not.
Sorry, what?
I'm restless. We don't sleep in this party, and when we do, I don't think we do, you know what I'm saying? She stands up. We need to go over this book. The book is blank.
Also, Tyranny, can you roll for Binge's wisdom saving throw, please?
Oh no.
Yeah,
Bitch,
no.
every time!
Please.
I almost forgot about him, honestly.
Should we be worried
Oh,
about
God.
the
Okay.
people as well? Because worst comes to worst, they're probably also dealing with some bullshit.
I mean, I suppose I could go check on Tim. Finra has her partner, so I'm good with that.
I'm beginning to wonder why it's only usually the parallels that get all the bullshit dreams. Because I'm pretty sure I haven't talked to anyone else here that seems to be under the influence of bad things. Hate this
Well,
place.
who's up?
Well, you pretty much everyone that was in the book, I'm assuming. Though I don't necessarily know who the other people were. But, either way. Miser, because I forgot to ask this while I was
Yes.
being stupid. Have I ever heard the name Marlene?
You can roll me a
outside of
history.
the dream? Okay.
Just a flat history.
Yeah, I got you. Well, thanks, Jeebus, for the nat 20.
Hey, Miser, quick question.
Yes.
Can I use Intelligible on this?
Yes.
Oh, neat!
Rolled another 1.
Okay.
It's like the same
That's
number,
nice.
plus 10.
So this is -7, it is +7.
There you go. Also, you see that binge. Well, actually, first go with the history roll. The name sounds familiar. In fact, you probably heard it multiple times, multiple people. Does not match the individual that was talking to you in your particular dream, though.
That's fine. I'm just looking more so for the meaning of where I've heard the name itself rather than tying it to said individual.
Ah, okay. Not off the top of your mind at the moment. It does seem like it has some sort of literature meaning. At the moment, you're not 100% certain, but you might need to look into some particular books for that. And
Alright.
to anyone that's close by to Binge, you just see Binge shaking, rattling like a shaken leaf of fear. He did not get a long rest.
Does he also do that a lot as the rain is walking? I learned there's a weird part about half of these coffee.
Question, Miser.
I may have an answer.
Is Syndra's claws still out?
Roll me a d20. They're not. Also, to those that use abilities or whatnot, as I said, you have, except for Binge, because he did not get a long rest. Everyone else still did.
Oh, Binge, my boy.
Poor buddy.
Yeah, something happened to him that was that traumatic. I will not reveal it though, at this time. But
Till later.
to those who, also roll Binge's con save one more time.
Oh no.
Okay, he did not get a point of
Anyway.
he did not get a point of exhaustion.
Do you need help then out to breakfast and Navis, or do you think you'll be able to walk?
I think I can walk.
Alright. Well, might as well get something to eat and mull over all these. She'll start to head out.
Okay, time passes. You guys get a table. Normally be used as one of the casino tables, but right now they're just serving breakfast, which is a vast amount of food, and it is getting a bit crowded inside as many people are chattering about the markets and places that are available for shopping. Some even talking about Cyclops blacksmith that comes in and out of some of the places, and other special wares of a crazy looking witch that has 2 pumpkin men as her guards.
Fucking course.
Some other additional stuff. Also, it seems like Vincent Dario sent a messenger to you guys and said he had the mounts ready. or rather a particular one for Binge and one for Oberina. But breakfast is served. Tyrion, considering what your nature is, you do smell a little bit of lingering ozone on Mavis, or at least from her wounds.
The walking lightning storm.
Did you get struck by lightning or something?
Repeat that.
Did you get struck by lightning or something?
Or something. But yes.
I need to take that wand away from you.
It wasn't me.
Oh. Wait, you got in a fight without me? That's just rude.
At this point, she's still wearing what she wore to bed. Like, she's a mess.
Yeah. Everyone has their degree of mess or not mess.
The book is empty. Blank, other than one new entry.
What?
And that's not the problem.
I just want to mention, Syndra is like perfectly clean except for her like smiling her
Ellie.
nails. And then it's suddenly like, wait, what?
We doing tea? Wait, what the fuck?
I need a drink.
The kicker golem
About
immediately
7
comes,
a.m. in the morning.
runs over to you.
Did I stutter?
No, I'm just advertising. It's probably not for the best if we're going to know what they say, don't drink and drive.
There is no way I'm conscious at 7 in the morning on my day off.
The
Wait, you have a day off? What the fuck do you do on your days that you work?
Murder.
That's not even what? Never mind.
It is for Tyrion.
it serves
What?
you.
I kill people and I get money.
So you're just in that mercenary?
Oh, right. She has no idea who I am.
Oh, do you want to tell him? Or do I?
I mean, I could do an image.
Well, I got it. Let's Arcanos tell her.
Looks over to you, Tyrion. What'd I say?
Well, let her know what I truly am.
Oh. The small kobold looks to you, Oberina, that points to Tyrion. Lord of the South Coast.
Oh, that's a funny joke.
The Gravekeeper.
You say that's a funny joke, and this picture of an adult blue and sapphire dragon pops into your head.
Yes, I see you have studied the arts of different imagery. Good job.
Oh,
She's
she's
really
a
not.
fucking idiot.
I wouldn't have seen technically Tyrion or interacted with it, right, Miser? Because I'm pretty sure I stayed far away from that shit.
Kind of.
Even though I didn't. Yeah, that's what I kind of figured.
And
There's
then
a difference between idiotic and ignorance, Tyrion. Just have you know that before you start throwing it around. There's those who do not wish to know, and those that just simply do not know.
Ignoradia, as Okeanos kind of looks at that mix of words, mishes them together in the most horrible way possible.
I never thought I could hear someone slaughter a word so hard before in my life.
Too complicated.
But yes, let us introduce you to Tyrion, the formerly blue dragon.
Azurite, but sure.
You were blue before this, dear. Yeah, that's your picture. Didn't really do much for you. And she pulls out the wanted, like your wanted poster.
What the hell? You know, I didn't leave many survivors, so.
No.
I mean, it's better than this one. And she pulls out an older one that's just like a weird, like, fifth
It's like-
grader like blue dragon.
It's like the color. It's like the color blue and like a shitty drawn stick figure ship.
But it's shaped like a red dragon.
Yeah, pretty much. In fact, you know what? I'm gonna roll this here.
No, it's like someone, it's like like a kid drawing like a monster, so it's like all like stubby and like
Yeah.
Oh my
the
God,
legs are too short.
In fact-
a stack of wanted posters. Yeah, I've seen that one before.
Yeah, in fact, you know what? The first one was a better depiction of you than the second iteration.
Yeah, no. I think this one is the most accurate. It's somewhat well done one, but still bad. But yeah, he has probably like 40 or around 40 just pieces of paper that he just lays out, all of them with different depictions of him.
Did you? No, that's not you. That's what's his name? Copperosis, right? Because he's the one who actually sat. I know, but I hate that they used him. Because he actually sat down for this portrait, you know?
Oh, Kalos just looks at them. Looks at each and every single one of them. Not you. Not you. Not you.
No,
Who
none
this?
of them look like me.
Yeah.
It's supposed to be me, but I think that's a yellow dragon that used to come by every once in a while.
No spikes, though.
This one's just a blue drake. I mean, this won't look.
Yeah, I would collect these from the bounty hunters that came to my cove.
Also,
Mainly the ones that didn't have flags.
Mavis, you are
No,
served
no,
various whatever alcohol drinks you want.
Oh, just one. Let's see. 7 in the morning, tequila.
The
Wow, sunrise. Fucking.
the machine, the Kager Golem stops for a brief moment. Immediately, I'm not gonna do the cute thing, but it immediately runs all the way to the bar. Then it runs back, keeping the tray of alcohol and other things leveled perfectly despite its running mannerism. And then just presents the tray with all the alcohol choices.
So, getting back on topic, since Canon is showing me a bunch of child drawings that he probably did while he was younger. What exactly?
Actually notarized wanted posters, but sure.
I know. But like the drawings don't do them any favors.
Oh, no, they don't.
So it's like literally like it's like, oh yeah, sure, honey, you can have this notarized, like baby's first notoriety poster. like someone forgot to someone laminated their kid's drawing and put it on a fridge, and they just say, oh, it's a wanted poster, like that equivalent. But anyway, what were you saying, Mavis? That your book was empty?
First of all, she takes a shot. It's empty. It says, New Chronicle, good job. A new path opens still. There may be hope yet.
Huh.
So we did something right.
Or we fucked up so severely that we created a virgin. Which is already pretty good. You could say good job when someone fucks up. It could just be sarcastic. Like I'm saying, good job, Tiernan, you have such amazing artwork.
I didn't draw any of these.
Good job. She said she said.
Do I need a rolling thing for the shot?
I'll just give it to you for now.
Yes.
It-
Pulls out a wanted poster. Here, Tiernan, see, you need to sit down and have it done right. Like this one, you can see the barrel of the gun that was being held to his head.
What?
Yeah, you see this poster of like her standing there, like off to the one side. You kind of see like a weird shape, and it's like, yes, that was the barrel of the musket that was being held to his head as he tried to paint me.
But why the fuck would you draw a wanted poster with it? Never mind.
Oh, it was, I wanted him to be sure who it was. Otherwise, it was this, and she pulls out a picture that is just absolutely like the most horrible caricature of her.
You know, I don't even want to know why all of you just keep wanted posters at this point. It seems kind of oddly, what's the term I'm looking for? egotistical.
And
Yeah, so
Yeah,
Sin just kind of looks at Tyrion like, and back at her, it looks at Tyrion. Yes, yeah, it is. Of course it is. Really?
Now I understand why you take up day drinking later, so she gets sick sip of her wine.
Yeah, to those that request alcohol,
Casually drinking rum the whole time.
to those that ask for alcohol, the Kegger Golem will serve. That being said, as Mavis pointed out, the book that everyone's been having fun writing with is now empty, with only one entry in it.
Alright.
well, I think we should probably just chronicle the things that happen from now on, and if it responds, it responds. But this is a new path.
I haven't tried to write anything. Tyrion still has the rune on his head, right?
It's still there.
Okay. Is it different or is it the same?
It's the same.
Okay.
No reactions.
Ooh. You know what? It's 7 in the morning. I got tequila in me. I'm gonna write. I'm gonna write. Let me go back. Give me a minute.
Let me write this down.
I'm gonna. No, you already have it written down. I just gotta. It was after that. Where are the words? It was before that. Oh, there it is. Prime Storm Night Child.
Oh shit.
Oh. So do you tell the group that you're a dream or anything, or what you went through, or are you just gonna?
Oh no, I really haven't. I woke up. I was bloody.
She's never told us.
I asked what was wrong. He said, meh.
Yeah.
Can I get her help? Nope.
So, I feel like maybe we should ask what happened.
Well, another fun dream with Ed trying to get the book. And I'm gonna call her Step. So stepmom was there, Akra. And then she tried to kill me. But it wasn't her. And there was someone else new to my memory. A girl named Tin. They took her away. She was alive. Barely, but they took her away. I don't know who she was other than a classmate. And then she kind of puts her hand on her head. I escaped with the book, but the book was empty before Ed even got there.
I feel like there's a lot of details being left out.
There's a lot.
Not my place to remind you.
Ruins. I know, there was some ruins. One looked like the one on Tyrion's head. One had an hourglass, one had some teeth. My friend has died for the second time in my dream memory thing.
Parallel.
I'm gonna assume so as well, but same fate. There was another armor with Akra. And it was armor I was supposed to have. But I escaped before I had to deal with that. There was a green. God, so sorry. A green set of armor. And oh shoot, what color was the other one? Fuck.
It was a red, silver, and a green one, which you have met the green one before when you were raiding the house, the mansion.
I've met before?
Yes. When you guys were
Remember, he
raiding.
jumped out the window.
Yeah.
And then was like, yo, what's up? And then just left.
Oh. I'm trying to think if there's any other things. Questions?
I mean, you can also describe how your friends look and other things.
Oh, Tin. She.
Or even your professor, or all the other stuff. Always try to go in as much detail as you can.
Okay. My friends, Zai. Can't remember what the fuck he looks like, and I've seen him many times. Okay, Tin, she, is an elf with blue hair, book smart. She was really into the lesson. She liked collecting books. She was always into books. Books.
I think the deal was hitting a little too hard.
That sounds
Anything
familiar.
else about her?
Do I know anything else about her?
You can roll me a history at, just roll me a flat history.
Jesus
Nice.
Christ.
Okay, hold on. I think I had her, here we go. So this is all the information you do know. Not to mention that the air always seemed to be crackled with lively energy when she's around. And she was very giddy and happy for a nerd.
She was very. I was going to use the same word, giddy. She was very excitable and happy. More like an extroverted nerd. She liked history. My professor, she was a noblewoman and taught me and Tin and Zai. She was a close friend of Akra. Let's see here. That's all I got.
Mavis, I'm gonna have to ask you to think very carefully.
Oh my god.
He's gonna extrude some of his power, like, kind of like when he gets angry or more emotional. Did it feel like this? When you were around 10?
I don't know, did I feel anything around?
Explain to me what you're doing, Tyrion.
Tyrion is just kind of letting a little bit of that draconic energy out. Kind of like when he gets emotional.
Yes, that's exactly how, that's exactly how you feel when Tin was around you, Mavis. Probably, if it were to give it a... Roll me a perception. No. Roll me investigation.
Me?
Yes. Great. With the 26 investigation, there's a clear distinction, but it's very similar. If Tin was, her energy was very jubilant to the point where you might think that she's a very sunny type, and Tyrannon's, while similar, it's a bit more stern, dour, if not like just slightly moody. But there is the similarities of it, extreme similarities. You also realize that your hair is standing up a little bit, which something that Tin somehow managed to do when she's bouncing up around, answering and talking history with the professor.
Yeah, they're very similar, yes.
And Ed showed up in your dream.
And took her away, yes.
The feeling gets worse. A lot worse.
Do you need to make a call to her then?
No. I need scrying.
Oh, well, I'm
Is
not
that
doing
when you scream and cry at the same time?
No, it's a spell. But you could try that. It works about the same.
Close. But I need to talk to her. No, I need to see her. See that she's still who she is and not a blue armor wandering around gathering information from me.
Well, then I'll make it a point to get it today.
Thank you.
Has anything happened to the book?
Yes, give me a second. I'm just finding the right one now since I'm doing the new chronicle bit.
Speaking of things, if anybody goes to the market, could you pick me up a 100 gold piece pearl?
There you go.
I don't get
Picks in his
scared.
bag.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I'm pretty sure we have that offhand.
Do we have that on hand?
It should be available. I send all the loots. I'm not gonna keep track of every single loot you guys collected.
I wanna
Yeah.
roll over a black pearl. Is this okay?
Miser, would it work?
It's worth 500 gold.
I will allow it because it's not.
I can also roll over 4 white pearls worth. Oh no, wait, they're only 30 silver each.
I was gonna say is that I will allow the pearl, the black pearl, because for other things you have to crush it. If it was crushed, then I would say like you have to get a whole pearl. The
No, it has to be a whole pearl. It's
Yeah.
to identify.
yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I have that.
If it's
We both have identify.
because the identify it just says a pearl, doesn't say white or black, but the other particular spell I'm referring to needs the pearl to be crushed.
Wait, you have an owl feather on hand too? We're going by. Anyway, get a bit off top, but
Anyway, the book does update.
one thing, Sindra, that I forgot to ask, since I actually had looking into this marker on Tyrannon's head. Do you know of a symbol by the meaning of prime? Usually an
This
arcane.
thing on his
Yeah.
forehead.
Yes. That's about what I could glean from it.
I guess that's a question, Miser. Have I been able to determine anything more than the fact that it's been seen a lot down in the southern swamps?
How much information you been studying into that is what I should ask.
I guess
Because you did.
if
Yes.
in any of the books that I would have come across it, would I have come across it in anything I read in Ominous' library so far?
You can just roll me one investigation.
Well, I believe. Just enough.
Yes, you had. Only once other before. Oh, wait, that's too far down. I think I had placed it. Just making sure I get the right book. Summary. Dun.
Dude, and while I check my notes, question: did you finish that manual of health last night? I was able to finish the wisdom.
Then I should have been able to finish mine, right?
Yes.
Yeah, dude.
Woo! Yeah, I read a book about breathing better.
Well, if you don't mind, she kind of holds out her hand. We might be able to turn a decent profit.
Alright. I mean, I was gonna live a couple more hundreds of years, so I could have just reused them, but
It's up to you.
rereading the same book is boring. I don't know how my sister does it.
Just a side question while
Here we go.
everything you're looking that up. Oh no!
At the very last sentence.
Oh, right. Yeah, Cidra's like flips through notes. Oh, right. Here it is. Well, you remember those animated armors we had such fun with over at Stormforge?
No.
Or that, blue armor that's stomping around Tyrannin?
Yeah.
No.
Yes, that's in a book written by our friend.
And now it's on Ternin's head.
Fan-fucking-tastic.
Granted, I'm not sure exactly what the nature of it is. What it does.
I have another question if you don't mind me asking. Have you, I don't know if you talked to Azaria or any of you had, but had she ever mentioned a person by the name of Marlene?
Sure. What, can we roll anything, Miser?
Wait, repeat that one more time for me, Oberina.
She's asking if Azaria, because she's following the dream logic, if Azaria had ever mentioned the name Marlene to them.
This will be a history of disadvantage.
Great. I asked the right people.
14.
Nope. I'm sorry. Nope. Arizel and Mavis, you have a chance. It's a slimmer chance right now, but
It's straight history.
history of disadvantage.
Okay.
Very slim.
Alright, team. You know what? Fuck it, because... No, never mind.
It got worse.
It just keeps getting worse.
As far as you all can remember, Adaria was dealing with a lot more personal issues. She had mentioned things like the faceless visions of her family at one point or another, or other things that were faceless, or her faceless self, her god complex other self that was probably the righteous evil cunt that needed to be beaten and killed, and she was definitely afraid of being turned into. But there was no mention of a Marlene.
No. I remember her talking about those. And there was a cousin.
She really rarely actually used names. She always usually called them that bitch or other
Wait, did
things.
Azaria mention her cousin?
She did mention that her family, but she could never mention their names because she never remembered that much.
Okay, I couldn't remember if she mentioned the one that studied under Akra.
Actually, I think she mentioned her brother, and that's the only one that she ever remembered. I remember correct.
Yes. Your brother was the only one that you could facially remember.
Well, I thought, and technically Hubula as well, because then that technically led into Diana.
Yep, here we go.
Because they were.
I just can't remember if she mentioned Diana.
She did actually, because that was like during the house, because when she was starting to piece together that her cousin. Yeah, she did actually.
Let me see. She mentioned
Oh yeah, Andromeda.
Ablia, and was that name Dina? Dinah? Something she thought was attached to the White Knight, I think.
Mavis, you remember that Akra was calling you Dynia in your nightmare. And even Ed was calling you that.
So does that have any effect when I say
I'm
those
sitting
names?
on my popcorn thing.
I hear a popping noise, but
I think the popping noise is the watch together.
Might have been.
It's like horses.
I don't know, but no, they were very specific. Well, one of them was in my dream. There was a by the name of Barbeline who said they had sacrificed blah 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 to get me out. Asked me why I came back. To which I replied, I have no fucking clue. Does this usually happen that you just generally become confused when you arrive here?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good thing though, I'm in great company.
It's getting worse, by the way.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we went like a whole week or two without anything, and then it'd be like one a week. Now it's every couple of nights.
Oh, I also saw a gentleman with a skeleton was holding a purple rose.
Oh!
Oh, you met Death.
Wait, that? Oh, well, that would make sense that I saw the paradox then.
Oh.
Or at least, no.
No, death is a being that extends beyond them. You saw representation from a different timeline. Or world. At least those were Death's words. Oh, wait, we rose, right?
Correct.
What color?
Purple.
Oh, no, I think that one had a red one.
Yeah, I believe it was red.
Yeah, the red one I think was... That's the timeline which my great-grandfather got killed. Finally.
Alright, so.
What?
Oh, yes, there was a timeline I got to see in one of my dreams in which Dagathoth got completely eliminated because some stupid adventurer wandered in and found his phylactery. Well, magic jar. There's a difference for Dracoliches.
Alright then. Well, I guess that'll leave my questions unanswered for now, and hopefully, whatever the hell is.
Question is, did Mavis react when we said the word dino?
I was
I guess
wondering.
Yeah. I was.
I mean, you do remember that Akra was referring to you as Dynia in your nightmare, as well as Ed calling you that before he tried to kill you.
Yeah. Let's see. Probably. But not like. I don't know. Sorry, I haven't slept in 3 days.
Okay.
She's probably,
You're in the right mindset for her.
Yeah.
That's fine. That's perfectly fine. I know these games can be rough.
No, it's okay. She's focused on her book, probably to notice.
Are you adding anything more to it?
Do I add anything to the book? No.
Aw. Okay. No, of course you did get a new entry to it though from when you wrote your commentary.
Yeah, that's probably what she was reading when they were talking about it.
All right, Tyranny, can you roll me a D100?
Fuck.
Let's go, buddy. You roll better than us.
Ten.
Oh my god, stop!
Yay! I was waiting for that damn number.
Specifically 10. No other number, just 10.
10 below, but
I figured.
Tyranny, you hear
Yeah.
a telepathic, very familiar telepathic voice in your head.
Oh, fuck me.
I know, I'm sorry, buddy. But you be trying. And it is none other than your dear mother.
Oh. Still terrifying, but way less controversial right now.
Tyrannin. Tyrannin, can you hear me?
Hello, Mother. It's good to hear from you.
I was finally able to get through.
Yes, I'm dealing with some planes shenanigans, I guess.
I've noticed your sister had mentioned it to me a few days ago.
Good. How is she doing? Have you seen her lately?
Yes, she was watching your horde.
Good. I'm gonna owe her quite the favor, but I think I have a way to fix a bit of it.
Yes, she mentioned, or rather, she didn't quite reveal, but I had to ask her how her surroundings were looking. Where is the Eye of Asgaroth?
And you look very uncomfortable.
He is very uncomfortable.
Is this something we should be worried about?
He's gonna gesture for all of you to move back.
Bill Skeeter feet back, or chair back like 5 feet? Okay.
Binge. He means you
Binge, as you all look at him, he looks like death. He looks very, very pale,
Well,
very
I
tired.
was gonna make a joke because of the parallel, but
Yes, also, I will just ping this so you see. And you all hear it very calm, but very commanding voice. There's no need to back away.
Over the throat.
A real slow screech.
yeah, just slowly moves back.
They all just... Okeanos kind of just moves over here right now. The golem kind of looks around, very confused, starts running away.
I imagine Arcanus is like grabbed onto the golem.
A wizard with past 9th tier level magic stole it.
I gotta roll mom's composure now.
Oh,
I mean,
just
did we all
fail.
hear that? Him say that? And do we hear the rest of this combo?
I hope to God we can move away again.
Please, all of you, make me a wisdom saving throw. DC is
Ah.
21.
If only this was a spell that we'd all have advantage.
You do not.
I know. Yeah. Well, this sucks. What the fuck?
Exactly.
You know, that makes way too much sense considering.
Read binge.
Considering that she basically had a smack talk with Orcus.
Why do I feel like Ari's been like the smuggest this morning?
Because I'm dealing with some
Yes,
shit
she
right now, and
has.
I haven't turned my smug meter up yet.
So you all feel a very large presence, or at least a shadow of a presence behind Tyrion.
Oh, you are telling the truth.
It's not physically there, but yet you feel the mental presence of it.
Yeah.
Because, yeah, this is the other problem now. It's not that she thinks of you as all hostile or whatnot, but you just feel this.
Oh, wow, or... So anyway, I'm just gonna scooch my chair back 5 feet.
Would you care to repeat that again, Tyrion?
I have to.
No, but I just wanted to make sure I heard it correctly.
A wizard named Ed Matthias Dominguez with magic past the 9th tier has stolen it. And
This-
a hatred of dragons.
The supposed hero of the Rise of the Dragon Queen situation. That is curious.
Do we all hear this?
Yes.
Oh.
Because
Oh, you'll
she,
hear Tierna's real voice.
because you are all connected right now. She literally just networked you all.
Oh, we just got a voice connection? Nice.
Yes, that's why. She is literally using right now. Tyrion is the conduit of her presence.
Sindra literally looks at Tyrion. You're not an idiot.
Not.
My son is simple-minded. He is not an idiot.
What the hell?
No, I'm just saying he's this whole properness. It
You literally feel like through Tyrion, there's like a sniff in the air. Huh. An echo of Sedostra. Cerados. That is interesting.
my grandmother knows about echoes.
Most likely.
Of course I would know about echoes. It is the existence of what happened to the Thanes. The heretical belief that when all the echoes are put together or merge back into one would bring back Sarandor and to a more greater extent Asgaroth or Io.
The problem is, even if all the gems wanted to go back, we'd still have to get all the chromatics and metallics to agree with it.
Why do you think it's considered heretical?
Because that's not what Astaroth wants.
You're a smart one. I like you. You might get along with my daughter.
And you've used scrying on her lately, not just talk to her telepathically like you've seen her.
Yes, she is currently at your... Pauses for a brief moment. Damaged ruins of a lair. Which is why I've been trying to get through to this strange membrane of a plane.
Yes, as you can see, we're dealing with multiple timelines, and one of our friends had a shocking dream last night, and I was worried for her.
I
It's
see.
only if she does take on a human form named Tin. Well, humanoid.
That is one of your sister's aliases. As
Everybody just guys literally turn look at Mavis.
you get this here.
Yep. God damn it. Yay.
Because Tyrion, you would know that your sister likes to conversate a lot, so she takes on lots of
Yeah,
forms.
she likes elves.
But her main problem is that she keeps thinking that blue hair is striking enough to be a deterrent when it's not.
So we're all shown this image?
Yes.
Okay. Mavis will speak up. She goes, that's Tin.
Who are you?
That's a good fucking question. At this point, I don't even. Sorry. It's the tequila. I'm Mavis. At least I think.
You either know or you don't know. There is no thinking about this matter.
I gave myself my own name.
Then that should be the name you present yourself with, young one.
Then I'm Mavis.
That answers who you are. The question now remains as to what you are, which... Now comes a strange question. You had mentioned it being a... As you feel her gaze looking right at you, Tyrion, you mentioned time loops.
Yes. We've come to the conclusion that this membrane, as you call it, is stuck within time loops, and the wizard in question has found a way to manipulate them, right, Sindra?
We're in a pocket dimension, or plane, somewhere between Toriel, Abia, Atlantis, probably a couple other worlds, and we're interacting with primordials that I believe are the shattered remains of Eric Huss.
I didn't mean to delete her token, but there she is.
Oh, that was worried.
Yeah, I
She
accidentally
actually just died.
No, I was thinking she was coming here.
Yeah, no, I accidentally hit the delete by accident. I was trying to fix her token a little bit.
She
Anyway.
teleports with Tyrion as the conduit, and then we all die.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
And if I'm understanding the mechanics of what's going on, the majority of the gods are attempting to stop Ed from succeeding on what I'm assuming is the destruction of the entire universe. By basically trapping all of us in a constant time loop until the outcome of this four-dimensional chess game is, well, either fully decided by the destruction of the universe, or we be dead.
That would explain the strange inactivity of the higher deities in Faerun, or rather all of Toril. Although it is not an entire stop, but the activity of divine power has been trickling down. Many are under the impression it's the coming of the Sundering, Spell Plague, other particular problems. And Cinder, you do feel like the eye is looking right at you now. You mentioned Eric Haas.
Pretty sure we're standing on his corpse.
Just his corpse?
I'm trying to see. I mean, we haven't really been able to explore much, so I haven't found the giant, what is it, adamantine axe. But according to what I can glean from the other primordial creatures, this legend of a slumbering mountain is likely Eric or something akin to that.
Then why would an idiotic mage take the Eye of Asgaroth?
Because he intends to do the one thing that most primordials and our kind call heresy. He's not just combining all of the primordials together, he's going to try and combine all of us. And eventually know, so that he can become the one being of the universe, destroy everything, and I think recreate it was the end goal.
There's like this long pause. Tyrion, you can remember very easily that when your mother does pause and really thinks about things, she's usually like contemplating an entire war plan right now.
Oh no.
Dude, like, if somebody begins to, like, open their mouth and talk, he'll just, like, hold up his hand, just, like, and then, wait a second.
Oh my god.
As much as I would loathe to give up a chance to claim more ground against Loth and her pantheon of drow gods, this problem is exceedingly above and beyond what's...
You're thinking coming here is probably not a good idea.
No, if I had a hard time contacting my child through mental means, I doubt arriving physically would be of any helpful aid. If at worst case, it seems like this mage has made that place into a perfect death trap for dragons with enough greed and confidence in them to come and claim the place for their own.
Speaking of, that was the other reason I was going to say don't come here. And she switches to Draconic and kind of real quietly, I am very nose here.
Somehow I'm not surprised by that revelation.
Along with his wife and his kids.
An even bigger fool. But is of no concern to me. Well, no. It is a bit of a concern if one of the strongest dragons are there and this mage successfully slays the dragon. Which I suspect if you are going with Eric Haas' angle, then no dragon is capable of fighting such a creature.
No single dragon.
There's like a long sigh, and Tyrion, you definitely feel her, for the first time in a very long time, anxiety from your dear mother.
Oh.
As if something is clicking to her own.
Kobold could sweat.
That would explain the destruction of Cormyr then.
May I ask you a question? I mean, granted, I feel like this is probably one for your daughter.
If it's in my ability to answer.
And forgive me, I know it's impolite to ask a woman her age, but how old are you?
I am old enough to
Before
be
I ask.
considered an elder dragon.
How much do you know about Nethril?
Kingdom of Magic, foolhardiness of Karthus, the damage of the Weave, flying citadels. They were apparently trying to obtain that sort of power to fight against enemies that they created, the aberrations known as the Felidums or the like, creatures that were able to drain magic.
Mother, do you remember the swords that I got?
One at a time. Tyrannin.
Mother, do you remember the swords that I got?
Yes.
They're from Nethril, and
I am not surprised.
they've been gaining power. Yeah.
That is worrisome. Then again, that might just be one of the many tools that could help you deal with that mage.
Yes, they just are starting to remind me of your sword. A little too hungry.
No, the difference between yours and mine is that mine is known as the Black Sword. It has a taste for those of the fell bloodline or dark tendencies. So it's a bit more easier for me to find suitable targets for it.
Yeah, so they seem to feed on primals. And especially powerful ones at that.
And they're sentient.
To a point currently, but I believe as they gain power, they gain more sentience.
Then I advise caution. Even my own Black Sword has its malignant desires to simply sate itself and gorge upon its prey. Do not let them be your rider, and you their horse. They are your tools. Remind them of that. And above
Keep that
all
in mind.
else, do not compromise.
You always taught me that. Sandra, I believe it's your turn now.
Yes, young.
Where I was going, sorry, is that Ed Matthias Dominguez from a source that I asked. I assumed he was Casas, but he's not, potentially. Which leads me to wonder if you may recognize, because they have a tendency to use their name in different combinations, would know of another Nethril mage. Something equally as arrogant as Casas.
Reroll that because of her own ability.
She's a halfling.
Man, it's almost like fate really does not want her to. Well, let me make sure to all that. Yep. She can't make that. She cannot make that roll again. Sucks. All right. There's a pause for a brief moment. My knowledge on individuals relating to Karthus' folly is limited. But are we sure it is someone that is related to Karthus or connected to him in any way and not just someone outside of this and simply found Karthus's actions emboldening enough to enact upon it. What clues have you found so far?
Well, a lot of Netherese work. So clearly they had a grasp of Netherese magic. Such as the runes, points it over, or motions towards Overino.
That is actually one thing that sorry for interrupting your thoughts, but supposedly the book that I have is unique as it also has some sort of timer on it, and she'll kind of pull out the book she has.
Tyrion, you feel your head looking right at it a little bit more intently. Here's her Arcana roll. Man, she's rolling low today.
God hates me.
I mean, I'm basically.
Shook.
Shook it.
Yeah.
She rolled great on the insight, but like fucking reading? No.
I mean, you gotta think about it too. She's reading through Tyrion's eyes, so.
In and put up your glasses.
Fucking what?
Interesting. As far as I can tell with that book, it seems to serve a particular purpose. I can't quite tell from the strange positioning of, well, since I'm using my son as a conduit for my presence, it is difficult to get a full discerning of the particular artifact, if it is an artifact.
I mean, it is a story that's strikingly similar to, well, most of it's strikingly similar to Cassus's bullshit.
Oh.
Written by Ed, by the way, in another name.
Doesn't necessarily mean that he wrote it, even though there are things. But I've been thinking on some of, well, Miser, how did I get the book from what I remember?
It was a keepsake of your dear mother that your father gave you.
Was there anything, I guess, weird about it?
You can roll me a history.
Alright. Come on, I got this. I believe in my ability to fuck this up. Better than Jeeves just did. 20.
Sorry, I just need to laugh a little bit.
Sorry, Jeeves.
No, it's fine. I'm gonna let you finish your thing, and I'll let you guys know what that one was about.
So you do recall that there was really nothing weird about, at least as far as you know, when your father passed you the book. Although, the odd thing that is about it, though, your dad seemed a little bit less amicable, jovial, flexible, as he's usually more of a abundance of energy in life. Almost robotic, like a construct. Of course, after passing you the book, And maybe about 3 days later, while he was still acting very stiffly, he went back to his jovial self again.
This is gonna be one of the weirder things on how much I know vampire lore, but did he look like he was sired to do it?
Sired? As in...
Or, like, hypnotically,
Okay, if
like,
he was
charmed by a
charmed.
vampire. Sorry. Use the wrong term because my brain's going a little bit.
No worries. You can certainly roll investigation.
Well, I'm gonna get smacked one of these rolls. There it is!
Maybe. You don't really know. It's been a while.
Sorry, it was just lost in thought, but as Cinder had said, at least the circumstances in which I had received the book were a little weird, though. Maybe I'm just overthinking things too much from everything that has happened.
There is silence, which Tyrion, you know your mother's the type to take as much information as she can, listening intently. That is all. Nothing else.
Well, no, just the proximity to Cormia, which the proximity to course to Old Nethril, the magic power, the ambition, the fact that it has seemed to have appeared on pretty much Abir, Toriel, and Valentis, risen to extremely high power and then fucked off. And, I guess that's about it, really. Now that I think about it, yeah, you're right. I don't have that much evidence.
Perhaps your focus on a dead magic empire is blinding you to other possibilities.
Right, he's that one asshole from Thay. Got it.
Tyrion, you know your mother is not very good with humor.
Yeah.
If anything, it's just more like she's just watching. There was something I needed to find and I cannot remember where was that image or stuff. Oh, I'll worry about that later. So Tyrion, what was the wisdom for now?
Well, when she was trying to read the book through Adery and having a hard time, Tyrion could only think of, well, that's probably because I'm cursed and don't have my true sight anymore. Or my draconic form at that point.
Oh no!
Yeah, your mom's watching you. Oh, she's literally using it as a conduit. She's gonna definitely hear that. Thoughts?
Yeah.
Excuse me? What was that there, Tyrion?
Your scales look lovely today.
You all feel the presence of this dragon, the shadow of this dragon behind Tyrion looking at all of you. Correct me if I mistakenly heard this, and I'm rarely wrong on this sort of matter. But I just hear my son say that he has been cursed and not able to return to his draconic form.
Pretty much. Sattery's fucking Sattery. Oberyn is
Since
just
it's like,
drinking her
have
wine.
you not seen him?
I have not seen my hatchling, as she kind of now says that very reportedly, in a very long time. And I had hoped that due to his seclusion sort of style of living, that I could entrust him with at least one of the two artifacts, which I will admit I did not expect the entity such as Ed Matthias Dominguez to be capable.
Yes, when he stole the artifact, he cursed me to this form. I think he was trying to steal my entire soul, but he didn't know exactly what I was.
There's clearly some deep thoughts going on right now.
I've been
Kinda angles
gaining
in the
more
air.
of your powers as of late.
I suppose that is... She gets into those habits that where there is something she is going to say, but then she begins thinking about it even more intently. Again, the tactical tactician in her mind, literally treating everything like a battlefield. Even just a simple conversation. Well, I suppose that would explain why you and your other companion, as Tyrion, you feel your shift kind of gaze toward Arizel, have primordial essence of elementals in you. Though hers is a lot stronger.
I ate a rock.
I hope it was a good gem that you decided to pick
It
up.
was.
Well,
Most days.
well, so long as you don't get indigestion.
Never again.
Very well. I'll continue monitoring things here on Toral's side. As for the mage, considering that there was a creature, what was it called? I'm just gonna roll her arcana. Wow, she just passed. It almost sounds like this mage wants to become something akin to the creator races in times of, well, far, far into the past. I suggest looking for more information and proceed with caution. If you can only guess what your enemy is up to, well, we're in far more danger than we can imagine. I will keep an eye on Voltaria, Tyrion. I suggest you... No, I strongly encourage you take care of yourself, as you enjoy the simple approach, I think it's best you approach this not just as a dragon, but as perhaps one formerly of the raiders of my armies.
Understood, Mother. And if you do get a chance, search for deep magical hindrances inside of Boletaria. She may be very keen in magic, but checking oneself over is a bit more difficult. If she has been introduced to Dominguez before, I would hate to give her any more information that he could use. But do let her know that I found something very interesting, if you don't find anything.
I will do that. I'm more worried about her simplistic, idealistic views on books. Considering that some are quite capable of twisting the mind should you just simply touch them.
She does have a nasty habit.
Yes. That being said, I suppose I can give one bit of clue that could help you, now that I think about it. The Eye of Asgaroth, while not a powerful artifact of any particular bestowing abilities, it does contain, is one of the few things that contains the actual raw essence of Asgaroth, or rather Io.
We will take that into consideration.
Good. I bid you all adieu.
Farewell.
Is she gone?
Hold a finger.
You feel all that weight and pressure off of you. Mom is not standing on top of you anymore.
Well, how'd y'all like Mother?
I just want to state this because fuck, I just realized something.
What?
I'm very worried about what kind of armor Ed would paint with that and a dragon.
Oh, yes, no, that's been coursing through my mind ever since I noticed he had this gem.
By the way, good thing. I'm glad you didn't go back to the other way because the entire illusion's dropped.
Well, since you all heard me before, I don't see by using the boisterous voice of that I had put on the hall. Needs anything anymore?
I knew you were a softie.
It just makes people talk to me less.
Completely understand that, at least. She says that she's drinking her wine again.
Yes, would you all please stop calling me an idiot?
Like I said before, there's a difference between idiocy and ignorance. I at least understand the difference.
Yes, and I ignore most things that aren't prudent to me.
You hear, Orkianos kind of looking very much panicked.
Oh my god, how did he fail that bad?
You got an 11.
Binge
It got
just,
worse.
Binge just very still in his armor. I mean, those are sitting right next to him. You would think that he's not breathing in there.
Binge. How bad of a nightmare was it?
I saw a big angry dragon.
Right now or in your dream?
Bigger than that one.
Oh, I think she's actually bigger than that normally.
She is, but what color was it, Binge?
Binge places his shield and spear to the side. Holds hands out. I think I can show you. Offers one hand to Syndra, one hand to Tyranid.
I'll take it.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Oh, I thought you were gonna cliffhanger us.
No.
Yeah, so
not
did
yet.
I. That's after this. You'll see it and be like, fuck! And then we end.
Oh, good, we're in space.
Oh, hey! I know this dragon. Fuck me.
Oh, let me just zoom back a bit. And Taryn and Syndra, you are right here. Unfortunately, Binge is not there.
Cinder just kind of turns to Tiernan. When did Binge get magical powers?
I don't know. But what in all of creation is this?
Can you roll me, one of you roll me a 1d4?
You got
Or
it.
Well, you just hear a very unearthly, at the same time very unfriendly voice that breaks through a lot of your defenses, and you're not even allowed a saving throw for this as the fear of annihilation approaches you. And it just says, the very end, where your idiotic friend had went to and disturbed me.
Oh, nice, boys.
I apologize for.
Silence! You are in the presence of the Reaver. And we're gonna end the session here.
Good job. Well, at least I
Hey,
know
it's
where
Doctor! Dude, all by myself.
Love how we're going backwards with all that.
Yep, there we go. So, yeah. Congratulations, you met Null, but you met the Reaver of his form. Anyway,
I'm at the angry one.
well, that's why I had you roll a d4. You had evens or odds.
I'm so glad Adaria said fuck you and disturbed Noel of all the gods.
There is a reason, which we'll get into next session. So, anyway, thank you for this evening. Thank you guys for keeping up with the slog of the RP part, which a lot of important information getting dumped in. I am your DM for this evening, Miser Mark. You can find myself on Miser Mark 2010 on YouTube and Twitch, and stuff that I collaborate with in Jeebus the Dingus and Transpace Mariner on YouTube and Twitch. And it was a long night. And you'll find me playing as Jackal tomorrow on Jeebus the Dingus's Drake Salvation tomorrow, which I will hand it over to Jeebus.
As you know, I'm Jeevis. I DM tomorrow for Drake's Salvation, where they will be continuing their merry way through the first temples of Moradin. I hope they got their crafting shoes on. I'll throw it over to Mariner.
Hello, I am Transpace Mariner, DM Mariner on Twitch, Transpace Mariner on we're on DM Mariner on Twitch, Transpace Mariner on Twitch. This Tuesday, I'll be throwing people against, see how they fare in the slums, kind of after, just kind of contacting a person to get rid of a time tree, and now just everything kind of going to hell. Yeah, it's fun. We'll see how it all goes, and yeah, I'll throw it over to Moogle.
Well, I see. Jeebus isn't going to throw any more puzzles at us. Because the cat figures them out.
Because we're too
Riddles
dumb.
again.
Oh, that's funny. Yeah, no, there's absolutely more riddles.
Those were amazing. And Mariner, let's be honest, we've already burned one house to the ground.
burn down literal. Okay, never mind. I'm not gonna get into it.
Don't start with don't tempt us, dude. Anyway, I'm Goth Moogle. As usual, I do commissions for artwork. So yeah, tomorrow you get to see me play another wizard as I play my meek but incredibly intelligent cat, Felicity. And then I'm gonna play my blind alcoholic monk on Tuesday. So, and of course, the following Monday I'll be back to see Sorrows. And let's throw it over to Az.
Yes. Oh wait.
Hey, hello, I'm Az. I play Ari in this game, and I will be playing the wonderful barbarian, redbarian Lala on Tuesday. So, you'll get to see me there too.
And I think that's it for everyone for this evening. Thank you all, and have a good night. Also, thank you very much. I feel like a complete... I make mistakes too. It's that long night. Anyway, thank everyone. Have a good evening. Happy late Easter. Yeah. See you tomorrow.